All right, welcome to the course overview. Here we will discuss what you will learn in all of the lessons within this course. First, I just want to say thank you very much for choosing my course. It means a lot to me. I really look forward to helping you with your English, and we have a big journey ahead. Let's get started. This first section is all about getting you ready to use the course. The second section is a quick review of how English works. Now, this second section is optional. Advanced learners might find it boring or too simple, but I recommend watching it. It is a good section that's going to help give you the big picture of what English is. And then the rest of the course. Okay, this is the main part. This is the reason you picked this course. It is going to be divided into three main parts: English grammar, English writing and punctuation, and then English speaking and conversation. Now, again, for the English grammar part, you are going to go over all of these topics. And within each of these topics are many subtopics or related topics to the main topic. For example, under verb tenses, there are going to be all of the different verb tenses, and they're going to have their own lessons, their own PDF, their own practice problems. Okay, so there are a lot of things to learn. Then, when you get to the English writing and punctuation section, we're going to go over sentence structures and all of the punctuation marks you see on the screen. And then my favorite section, the English speaking and conversation section. This is a section that is going to help you speak better and speak more confident. We are going to go over all of these different topics. We're going to learn thousands of new vocabulary words, new phrases, new verbs, and you're going to hear and practice real conversations that real English speakers have every day so that you can feel comfortable, confident, and be more fluent. Now, as you go through the course, when you get to the first part of each of these main sections, okay, there will be a video that explains more detail about how to go through each of the lessons, okay, about how to get the PDFs and all of that. And you'll see these main section labeled in blue on the quick navigation PDF. Now, we haven't shown you this PDF yet, but we will talk about it in the next lesson, and you will see what I'm talking about when I say highlighted in blue. Okay, so just remember, if you see a section on this PDF that is highlighted in blue, you know that is the beginning of a main section. So, before you move on to really learning and improving your English, it's important that you first finish this section. It's going to help you understand how to use the course and how to use it well. So in this section, you're going to learn how to easily navigate the course. You're also going to see where you can download the full course outline. You will also learn where you can find all the PDFs for each topic. I'm going to show you how to ask questions, how to contact me, or how to report any issues. Then I will share with you some study techniques that might help you improve your English faster. I will also show you how to change the play speed for the video player. This is very helpful for learning vocabulary and conversations. I also share with you some helpful resources that you can use outside of this course to learn English even faster. And then lastly, we'll talk about how to leave a course review and how to get your course certificate. But as for this lesson, you've finished. So I want to say congratulations. You've taken the first step to becoming a master of English. In this lesson, I will teach you how to navigate the course and download the outline PDF. This course is huge, and it's going to take you forever to just scroll through the entire course just to find one lesson that you want to focus on. So let me teach you how to quickly move to each part of the course so you don't have to waste time trying to find what you want to learn. The first thing you should do is download the full course outline in the resource section of this line. You'll see a box labeled resources, just like you see on your screen here. If you click it, you will see a file named Quick Navigation, and it will be a PDF file. So go ahead and download that and open it up. And when you open it, this is what you'll see. Now, don't be scared. It looks like a lot of information, but really all it is an outline of the course. The first half, the top half of the page, you will see that it has numbers. Those are all of the section titles. So, if you want to learn or focus on a certain section, then all you have to do is look for the name of that section and then the section number. And then I will show you how to search and navigate directly to that section. Okay? Also, at the bottom half of the page, you'll notice that the grammar topics are all listed individually. This is so you have a reference to see exactly what topics are taught, and you can use the name of the topic to search for it. I will show you that soon. Okay, so again, this PDF is going to help you quickly navigate through the course. Now, how do we do this? Well, on a computer or laptop, you can press Control F if PC or Command F if Mac to open a search bar. And it will look something like this. You can also do a search on the mobile browser, okay, whether you're using your phone or some type of mobile device. For Safari browser, okay, if you're using iPhone or Safari browser, you're going to look for this icon in the first picture located at the bottom of the browser. When you click on that, you will see that it opens up a menu. On that menu, you can click Find on Page. That's going to open up a search bar, and you can type in the section number or the name of the topic, and it will bring you directly to that part on the course. For Chrome browser on your phone, it's very similar. You're going to click these three dots located at the top of the browser. That will open a menu where you click Find in Page. And then again, you're going to type whatever it is you're looking for in the search box, and it will show you exactly where that is on the course page. Okay, so just for an example, right, you're going to use that outline PDF that we already downloaded. And if you want to search by section, you can just type section and then the number of that section. Okay, so if you're trying to go to section 20, then just open up the search, type in section 20, and it will scroll automatically to that point in the course. This is much faster than trying to manually scroll all the way to the point that you're looking for. You can also use by topic name. That's why I included all the grammar topics on the PDF. So if you want to learn about the simple present tense, just type it in the search bar that you have opened up, and it will take you directly to that part in the course. And that's it for this lesson. I'll see you in the next one. It's just a quick information session about reviews and how to get your course certificate. So, nobody likes them, you just want to learn, but course reviews are very helpful to me. At some point while you're watching the course, the website will ask you to leave a review. Now, this is optional, it's your choice, but if you could take a few seconds and fill it out, it would mean the world to me. Reviews are how I make the course better. It gives me motivation to make more courses and help more students. So if you can take the time, I would appreciate it. But more importantly, how do you get your course certificate? Now, this is a great course. If you finish it, you have learned a lot, and you want to share that with other people. So you can download a course certificate showing that you have completed this course. All you have to do is look at the top of the video player on any lesson, and you will see the Get Certificate. Now, this trophy will only light up if you have every lesson completed. Okay, so make sure that you have completed everything, and then the trophy will light up, and you'll be able to click Get Certificate. You can also do it on the mobile app. Okay, it's going to look a little different, but still, you're going to click Course Certificate. Now, if for some reason your account name is different than your real name, and you want to change the name on your certificate, or you want your certificate in a different language other than English, just click the Update Your Certificate, and then you will be able to choose your name and your preferred language. And that's it. Very simple, right? All right, in this lesson, let's learn about where you'll find all your PDFs and how you can message me or ask any questions about the course. Now, as you know, this course comes with many full-length PDFs. The course outline PDF from the previous lesson will show you where you can find PDFs for each of the lessons you're learning. All you have to do is look for the word PDF highlighted in red. So if you look again here at our course outline PDF, you'll see there are many sections that have the word PDF next to it that are highlighted in red. All of those sections are places where you can download the PDFs related to that topic. You can download the PDFs at any time and use them to solve practice problems or take notes. In this course, you're also able to ask questions, and these questions are very important. This is really going to help you learn more about the topic because it lets you talk with me directly. How do you find and make questions? Well, every lesson has a questions and answer section. And in English, many times this will be labeled Q&A for questions and answers. Please use this section as much as you want. Ask all kinds of questions. That is what I'm here for, and that is how you will learn the best. So to do this, you're going to start typing your question. If someone else in the course has already asked something similar, it will show up below where you're typing. This is going to be very helpful because you can read what other students have asked that is related to your question. And then, if you do not find your answer, or nobody has talked about this yet, you can click Ask a New Question at the bottom, and then it will send your question directly to me. Okay, now after you write your question, this is an online course. It's not going to be directly answered within the next minute or so, but I do try to answer within the same day. So hang in there. I will definitely get to your question. Now, if you have some type of issue that you do not want other students to be able to see, or you just want to contact me directly with a private message, that also is possible. All you have to do is, if you are in a certain lesson and you have the video viewer open, click the overview button below the player, scroll down to where you see my profile at the bottom, and then you can click my name and message me from there. Also, you can just open your messages in your account, and in the search bar, type my name, and my message should appear to you, and you can contact me that way. And that's it. See you in the next lesson. All right, now in this lesson, let's look at a few study tips that I have for you. Now, I know what you're thinking. There is so much in this course. How do I study? Where do I start? All right, so I'm here in this part to tell you the best way to learn with this course. Don't worry, I will break it down for you. I will make it clear. You will know exactly what you should do. So, I want you to again look at this PDF. This PDF is going to be your best friend. Okay, it's going to easily allow you to go all over the course and build this big picture of what is in this course. Now, the way I recommend using the course is to take each big section, English grammar, English punctuation, and English speaking. And you're going to use those sections and study something each week from one of those sections. So for example, for English grammar, you pick one of the topics. And if I were you, I would just go from the start. You start with verb tenses, and you start with all of the lessons in that topic. Also, you pick something from English punctuation, and you make that what you're going to learn for the week. And then in the English speaking section, you pick one of the topics for the week. That way you have one section from each part that you focus on for a week. This will let you learn and not be overwhelmed. Now, if, let's say, right now you only want to focus on English grammar, okay, so how would you do this? Well, the English grammar course is structured, okay, or the English grammar part is structured in a very specific way. So if we look down here, you'll see that I've highlighted these different topics within these main topics, right? And this is to show you what you should know or what you should be learning depending on your level, okay? So we have this common English structure here, right? You know, level A1, level B2, okay? Very common in European countries. Basically, you know, A1, A2 is beginner, okay? B1, you're starting to move up from like absolute beginner. Then, you know, you're into B2, you speak English pretty well. And then C1 you're very good at English. You're trying to become the best. Okay. So use this guide to kind of show you, based on your level, what should you be focusing on. And you can see here that green is the absolute beginner. Okay. If you really want a good, strong foundation in English, focus on these green topics at first. And then, when you're a little bit more comfortable, you're feeling like, the beginner stuff is too easy, then really focus on these blue topics. If you master the green topics and the blue topics, you'll be speaking English pretty well. Okay? At that point, you want to move on to these red topics. These red topics are very useful. Okay, don't just skip them because I've highlighted them in the advanced section. They're going to make your English perfect. Okay? They're going to let you talk about many different things in complex ways. So that is how you can look at the grammar section. And you'll notice, right, within each main part, so verb tenses, if you start from the very first one, it goes from easy to intermediate to advanced. Okay, and that's the same with all of these grammar topics. If we look here in modal verbs, right, you start with easy, then to intermediate, then to the phrasal verb section. Okay, phrasal verbs, I put all in the advanced because you don't need them to speak, right? You can communicate without them, so they're kind of like an extra additional thing to make your English sound even better or fancy. Then with nouns and pronouns, right? You start with the green is easy, blue is intermediate, and then red is the more difficult. Then with articles and demonstratives, we have mostly easy, right? These are things you absolutely should know and be able to use. Okay, and it goes like that all the way through all of the lessons. So that is the way you should look at the grammar topics. For speaking, right, it's up to you, really. You can look through these topics, and if there is something that, you relate to more, focus on that for a week, right? So let's say, you're in business, right? You're using English for work a lot. Then, start here at business communication and your work routine. But if you just want to learn as much as you can about English, then there's no problem starting from the very beginning and just working your way down. Okay? And the same with the writing section. Focus on one topic a week. Really study it, really learn it. Okay? So that is my recommendation. Again, each week, pick one main section from each main part, from the grammar, writing, and speaking parts, and then focus on that for the week. Use the PDFs, read them offline, watch the videos, and if you continue to do this, you will master English. Speech shadowing. And what you're doing is you're imitating the English that you are listening to. Okay, so you listen to how a native speaker says something, and basically you copy it, right? Now this sounds easy, but there's a good way to do this and a bad way to do this. You really need to focus on the speech, okay? Don't just lazily repeat it. So the best way to approach it is listen to it many times, okay? Really listen to it. Listen to their rhythm, everything about the audio that you can hear. Look at the subtitles, okay, to make sure that you are understanding each word. It will help your brain connect with the audio better. And then what you're going to do, okay, is you're going to try to imitate that audio. So play the sentence, listen, and then pause it and repeat yourself, okay? And repeat it out loud like you're talking to someone. And if you do this over and over every day, I promise you, your accent, your fluency, everything is going to really improve. And some of you may be new to English, okay? So you can't practice at a normal spoken speed. So the best thing to do is slow the speed down, right? You're going to practice it at a slower speed until you can really say it clearly and smoothly, and then you can start increasing that speed. And an optional thing to do, okay, is to record yourself. So every time you're saying something, record it, and then you can play it back to back with the original audio and see if you can notice any difference or certain parts you need to improve. Another useful thing is retelling a story in English. Okay, so what does this mean? Well, if you listen to a conversation or you read some article, then after that, you should try to retell a summary of that story or of that conversation, but in your own words. This is going to help make you very fluent. It's going to force your brain to quickly create sentences on the go. Okay, so you're going to try to choose different words, different sentences to retell the same story or same conversation you just listened to. This is really, really helpful. And all of these things are very important, but if you don't know what to look for, they're not that helpful. So this is what you're looking for. Okay, you're looking how to identify or how to practice the natural flow of English. Okay, the secret, right? This is the secret to speaking any language fluently. It's going to make you sound like you're from the United States or like you're from England or Canada or South Africa or anywhere that speaks English as their first language. Okay, and that is to mimic the natural flow of their English. So there are some things you should look for. The first one is something called linking. Okay, every language has this, but linking is where native speakers naturally or automatically blend words together. Okay, they join words as they speak, and the sound that comes out is much different than saying those two words individually. Okay, so you're going to have to really look for these things. And once you start to catch them and identify them, your listening is going to improve, your speaking will improve, and you'll become much better at English. And one of the ways to identify these is to know about things like contractions, right? Contractions are shortened forms of two words. Here are some common examples. For example, if you have the words I am, right? I am becomes I'm. And if we use I'm, it sounds much different than I am. So let me give you a sentence, and I'm going to try to show you the difference and how you can spot linking, right? So if I say, I am going to eat dinner, right? It's very clear. I'm sure all of you can probably understand that. I am going to eat dinner. But I wouldn't talk like that to another person, right? It's very slow and I'm saying every sound, just to be clear. If I was really going to say something to a friend or, someone I know pretty well, I would say, I'm going to eat dinner. Okay? I don't know how many of you understood what I just said, but it was the same as I am going to eat dinner. I just spoke it more in a native rhythm. Okay? I linked my words together. So let me slow down what I did. I said, I'm gonna go eat dinner. I'm gonna go eat dinner. Okay? I'm gonna. I'm and going to becomes I'm gonna. Right? We link these words together. They have their own new sound. These are the things you want to look for as you're listening to the conversations or the example sentences. How are words being linked together? And this is going to help you understand people quicker and make your speaking better. Another thing that's important for making you sound like a native English speaker is stress. Okay, where are we putting stress on the word? Okay, A very common example of stress is the word photograph and photography. Okay, both of these words are spelt almost exactly the same. Okay, one has a Y at the end, but the stress of where we put the stress in the word is different. We have photograph, right? Photograph and photography. Okay, photograph, photography. Okay, so we're stressing different parts of this word. This is important to pay attention to for your own accent. And together, if you start focusing on all these things, you will learn the rhythm of English, okay? Like the musical rhythm. And then pretty soon, you're going to be speaking like a native English speaker. Now, let me show you how you can adjust the video play speed, right? If you have your video player open for the course, you'll see these numbers right here in this image, the 1x, 2x, 1.5x. That is the speed of the video, okay? Now, if you're a beginning learner, right, and English is difficult for you, don't be afraid to slow the video down. It will help you so much, okay? And even if you're an advanced learner, when you're practicing the speaking section and the conversations and the vocabulary, slow it down. Practice at a slow speed. Make sure you're speaking clearly. And then, when you're ready, you can move it up to the next level until you get to regular speed. Okay, see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, let me quickly show you a few tools that can help you learn English. Now, the first tool, many of you may know this, but this tool is called Google Translate. And this is one of my favorite tools. I work with a lot of students from a lot of different countries, and I'm having to work with many languages all the time. So Google Translate is my go-to. It has almost every language. You can save your translations so that you can refer to them later. It gives you definitions and similar words. It does a lot. Now, if you've used it before, you may know that it's not always 100% correct, but every year it gets better and better. If you do save your translations, you can export them as an Excel file. And then you can use these Excel files with common flashcard making websites, and then you can make your own English learning flashcards. So it's very useful. And if you don't know any flashcard websites, my recommendation is Quizlet. Okay, it has a free account. Quizlet is great. You can make your own flashcards. It has AI audio, so you can hear how the word sounds. There's games that you can make with your flashcards. It's very quick, very easy. Another website that I have recently come across is StudyStack, and this is also very similar to Quizlet. You can make flashcards. You can play games to help you learn these flashcards. It's just a fun way and an easy way to study, okay, that makes it not so boring. A website I do want to show you, especially for those of you who have a little bit more advanced English, okay, and are really trying to improve your grammar and your knowledge of English, is the website WordHippo. Okay, WordHippo is a great website. It will give you lots of information about any English word that you're using. Definitions, synonyms, okay, sentences that use the word, okay, many example sentences. You can learn about the part of speech, right? Is it an adjective? Can it be used as an adverb? Many things. So if you have a word you're confused about, go to this website, type it in, and see about all the cool information it gives you. And the last one is a study technique, okay? I use this for all of my university classes with my students because let's face it, studying is not easy and it's not fun. It is hard work, okay? Your brain gets tired very fast. So this technique, okay, is called the Pomodoro technique. And in this technique, you study, okay, or you do whatever task it is you have to do in these blocks of time that are 25 minutes long. So what you do is you get some type of timer, okay? I have given you here a website, okay, a Marinara timer, that has a online timer for this technique. So you can use it very easily, but any timer will work on your phone or in your house, it doesn't matter. But what you do is you sit down with your task, with what you're trying to study, you set a timer for 25 minutes, and you focus on your task for that 25 minutes. No breaks, no distractions. You are working on that task for 25 minutes. When the timer rings, you stop. You drop your task. You go away for 5 minutes. You do something else. You stretch. You watch TV. And then after that 5 minutes, you come back and you do another 25 minutes. And then when you have done that 4 times, okay, that is 1 full round. After 4 times, you take a 20 to 30 minute break. Okay? You don't look at your task for 20 to 30 minutes, and then you can start the tasks over again, or the timers over again. It's very helpful. I recommend you try it. It will help your focus. Okay? If you try to study for a long period of time, you're wasting time actually, because you're not studying efficiently. You're not focusing. You're not going to remember it well. So try this technique. I promise you will like it. All right, and that's it for the study techniques. Let's move on to the next lesson. All right, let's take a quick look at what you'll find in this section. This section goes over the basics of the English language. Okay, what is English? And this is optional. You can skip this if you want, but I do recommend you watch through it. It's not long. Maybe it'll take you about an hour or so. It's going to really set the foundation for how you think about English. All right, well, welcome to this lesson. And in this lesson, we're going to just do an overview of the parts of the sentence. So this will give you an understanding of a sentence in general in the English language. Now, the first thing you should know about is that in English, a sentence is considered a complete thought. And a full sentence will always have a subject and something we call the predicate. Okay, so in English, every sentence needs these 2 parts, the subject and the predicate. Let's look at these examples. The dog runs down the street. Okay, here, the subject of our sentence, or who or what the sentence is about, is the dog. And the predicate will be the rest of the sentence here. So we have the subject and then the predicate. The predicate tells us what the subject is doing. So without these 2 parts, okay, the sentence is not a complete thought. We won't consider it a full sentence. And again, these must be in order, right? You can't say, runs down the street, the dog. In English, that is incorrect. In other languages, that may be the structure. But in English, the structure goes subject first, followed by the predicate. Now let's go into detail about these parts. First, the subject. Okay? The subject is the naming part, we can call it. The subject of the sentence is who or what the sentence is about. And the subject is going to be something called a noun. In English, a noun is any person or place or thing. So again, our example sentence, the dog runs down the street. This is our subject. The dog is a thing, right? It's an animal. This is who the sentence or what the sentence is about. The dog is the subject. Then we have the second part, which we call the predicate. Okay, the predicate is the telling part. So the predicate of the sentence tells what the subject is doing. And it will normally start with a verb and contain the object, which is also a noun. So now if we look at our example sentence, we have the predicate colored here. And you can see that the predicate is broken down into a verb and an object. The verb being runs, okay, and the object being street, or the street. So again, runs down the street is the predicate of our sentence. This is telling us what the dog is doing. So now you know how to make the basic sentence structure in English. It is just subject plus the verb plus the object in this order. Other languages will move this order around, but in English, this is the order you should follow. Subject, verb, object. And where verb and object, we call the predicate. And so now we can build English sentences, just knowing about where the subject is and where the predicate is, right? So we follow this formula, subject plus predicate. Okay, just remember that. And predicate, verb plus object. The dog runs down the street. Subject, verb, object. So here's some examples. Let's see if we can look at these and just kind of identify the different parts. So the cat jumps on the bed. This sentence, the cat is the subject because that is who or what it is about. Where it jumps on the bed is our predicate, with jumps being the verb and the bed being the object. The mouse eats cheese. Here the mouse is the subject, right? It's who or what the sentence is about, with cheese, or eats cheese, I'm sorry, being the predicate, where eats is the verb and cheese is the object. Then we have the bird is in the sky. Here, the bird is the subject, is in the sky is our predicate, with is being the verb and the sky the object. So one more time, just to look at this, we have subject, predicate, subject, predicate, subject, predicate. Okay? Don't forget these words. So now we have an exercise. This is for you to try first by yourself. So I want you to maybe pause the video, take some time, look at these sentences, and figure out what is the subject and what is the predicate. Okay, so go ahead and pause the video, and then when you unpause, I'll continue by giving the answers. Okay, so hopefully you paused and figured this out on your own. Let's go through this. So the first sentence is, the man ate pizza. Okay, so we have the man. Okay? The man is our subject. This is who or what the sentence is about. Then we have ate pizza. Ate pizza is the predicate. This is what the subject did. The next sentence, Adam went to school. Adam is our subject. Went to school is our predicate. And last, we have the bear slept in the cave, with the bear being the subject, and slept in the cave being the predicate. Okay? Where slept is the verb, the cave is the object. So here we have another exercise for you to try. Go ahead and correct the sentence so that it's in the correct structure, the correct order. Okay, so you'll see that we have these words, but they're not in the correct order. So I want you to rearrange these words so that we have subject, predicate, correct order. So again, go ahead and pause the video and figure these out on your own. Okay, so hopefully that wasn't too hard. Let's see what we have. The first one we have here, sinking the boat is. Okay, so in English, we don't put the information in this order. So hopefully you started with the boat, which is our subject, and then is sinking. So the boat is sinking. This is the correct order. Subject, predicate. Next, we have a snake and eats mice. Okay? A snake is our subject, eats mice is the predicate. And the last one is hot the sun. We have the sun is hot. Okay? So the sun is hot with the sun being the subject, is hot being the predicate. So now you can see, right? You have learned just in this little lesson about the basic structure of the English sentence. But this is the most important part, because once you know the basic structure, now all you have to do is add to this basic structure. Okay? You'll add new types of words. You can see here, and your sentences will get bigger and more complex. But the problem is, most learners try to start down here. They try to start learning very complex sentences, and then so when they have to make them on their own, they don't understand or they get confused. But if you start from here, the most basic structure, and you work your way to the most complex structure, you will have no problem ordering your English sentences, making your English sentences, and this will help you speak better, listen better, write better, just overall use English better. So you can see here, right? The dog eats food. Just by adding a few words, the big dog eats food quickly. Okay, we're adding more complexity. The big dog eats food quickly under the bed. Okay, we're continuing to add. This big dog eats food quickly under that bed. We're adding more information, we're getting more specific, we're speaking better English. This big dog eats food and drinks water quickly under that bed. Okay? So now we're very specific, we're adding multiple sentences together, we're becoming a better English speaker. So this is what we'll learn in the remainder of this course. And to do this, okay, we're going to learn and understand something called the parts of speech. The parts of speech are the parts that you use to make up English sentences. Okay? So if you learn these things, you'll easily master the English language. And like I said, many students don't learn this. They just skip this part. They just try to start learning the big, complicated sentences, and they struggle. Okay? So the rest of this course, we will go over each part of this parts of speech in English, okay? Nouns, verbs, adjective, adverbs, and what I call the other words, okay? Prepositions, and finally, conjunctions. I promise, if you understand all of these, then you'll have no problem learning English. All right, for this lesson, we're going to focus on the parts of speech called nouns. Okay, so what is a noun? Well, a noun is just a person, place, or thing. Any of these are considered a noun in English. So if we have this sentence, the dog runs down the street, in this sentence, we have two nouns, dog and street. The other words are different types of words, which we will cover later. Right now we're focusing on nouns. Okay? And you'll see, if you remember, dog here is our subject, right? And street is in our predicate. Street is the object. So subject and object are nouns. Again, dog and street, these are nouns. All right, so now you have different noun categories. You have the category for person nouns. These are things like fireman, bus driver, just man, woman, boy, girl, okay? Any type of person is a noun under the person category. You have places. These are actual places. New York, America, okay? Space, outer space. These are place nouns. Things can be nouns. These are non-living things like pencil, or living things like apple, okay? Desk. Things that aren't people, they aren't places, okay? These are considered things. And you have animal nouns. Dog, bird, cat, any type of animal. You also have feelings, okay? These are nouns that you can't exactly touch, but they're considered nouns. So these are a lot of emotions. Love, hate, anger. Nouns will be singular or they'll be plural in English. So if they're singular, that means you only have one of them. If plural, you have more than one. Okay? And these are the basic rules for turning a singular noun into a plural noun. For nouns here, okay, and then E or just regular letters, you add S. Some nouns, for example, nouns that end in X, you're going to add ES. Okay? And the difference between these two, it's a little bit more complicated than that. And we cover that in our grammar course if you really want to focus on that. We have cherry, okay, ends in this Y. So cherries in plural. To make it plural, you just add this IES and drop the Y. Okay, so these are the three basic endings you'll see on nouns. You also have nouns divided into common nouns, proper nouns, and even pronouns. So common nouns are like this: man and woman. Okay, these are ordinary nouns that aren't unique. They aren't special. Okay, a proper noun is something that is unique, like a name of someone. So George Washington is a proper noun. Cleopatra is a proper noun. But man, right, there are many men. We're not talking about a specific one, so it is a common noun. And pronouns, these are types of nouns that we call pronouns that take the place of the noun. So he is taking the place of George Washington. She is taking the place of Cleopatra. So let's go through some examples. Just practice identifying nouns, okay, finding them in the sentences. Our sentence is, the man walked to the store and met President Obama. Okay, so you don't have to know too much about nouns yet, but we did go over enough to identify them. So try to look in this sentence and see where are the nouns. You can pause if you want. If not, we're going to go ahead and do it together. So here we have man, right? Man is a common noun, and there's no extra ending on it, so it's singular, just one man. Here we have store, and store is common and singular. President Obama is going to be a proper noun, right? There's only one President Obama. It's unique, it's a unique noun. So it's proper. And notice that proper nouns are always capitalized, okay? Whereas these regular nouns are not capitalized. And President Obama, there's only one, so it's singular. Here we have another sentence. Okay? The turtles ate carrots. They were happy. Go ahead and try and find any nouns in these two sentences. You can pause it if you want. Otherwise, we'll continue and do it together. Okay, so let's see what we have. We have turtles. Turtles is common noun, and it is plural, right? Turtles are animals. Carrots, okay, common and plural, right? These are both plural because they have this S on the end. We have they. You might not know this yet, but they is one of the pronouns. And they is a plural pronoun. It's talking about more than one person. And finally, we have happy. Okay, happy is an emotion, but it is a noun. It is a common noun, and it is singular. So now we have some more exercises. This you can try and do by yourself, hopefully. I encourage it. So go ahead and pause the video, look at the sentence. A mountain has trees, rivers, and lakes, and find the nouns, the proper nouns, common, singular, things like that. Okay, go ahead and pause the video. All right, and hopefully you got the right answer. We have mountain, which is common noun, and it is singular. We have trees, common noun and plural. Rivers, common and plural. And lakes, common and plural. Here we have another exercise. So I hope you will pause the video and try to solve this on your own first. So go ahead and pause it. Okay, and now that you're back, let's see what the answer is. Queen Elizabeth is a proper singular noun, right? Queen Elizabeth is unique. There's only one of her. We capitalize these letters, Q and E. And then we have bench, which is a common singular noun. We have another exercise. Please pause the video and figure this out on your own first. Okay, and let's see what we get. We get he, which is a pronoun, and it's singular. We have angry, which is common noun and singular. And we have sad, which is a common noun and singular. All right, in this lesson, we're going to focus on what a verb is in the English sentence. So what is a verb? Well, a verb is basically just used to describe some action or some state of being, some occurrence, okay? The verb is going to be the main part of your predicate, right? Remember we talked about predicate and subject. So the verb is the main part of the predicate. If you remember this sentence, the dog runs down the street, right? Runs down the street was the predicate, and the predicate starts with this verb, which is runs. It runs is the verb. This is the action that our subject, the dog, is doing. So, what kind of verbs do we have? Well, verbs can take place in different time periods. Okay, they tell us when the action happens in different time periods. So in the past time, the present time, or the future time. Okay, so we have past, present, future tense, you would call it. And there are specific rules for each, and this is not a grammar course, so I'm not going to spend too much time going over the specific rules. If you're curious about the rules, you can check out our other grammar course, our full grammar course, and we'll teach you all of the ways to use the verb tenses. But here is just a quick overview. Okay, so for the past tense, basically what you're going to do is you're going to add ed to the end of the verb. Okay, so if you see here, our verb is to talk. Okay, this is its base form. It's infinitive form, to talk. But when we change it, we add things to the end. So talked is the past tense, we add ed. Okay, for the present tense, either you'll use the verb just as it is, right? Okay, so here talk, or you'll add s or es. So either unchanged or you add S or ES. We have talks or talk. And for the future, it's very easy. All you're going to do is add the word will. Okay? So will talk. And these are just the simple past, present, and future verb tense. There are other types of past, present, and future tenses, but those are a little more complicated. And right now we're just focusing on what a verb is and where it belongs in the sentence. So what kind of verbs do we have? Well, we have action verbs. Okay? These verbs have many uses, and an action verb is just something that shows an action: running, jumping, swimming, eating. It tells us what the subject is doing. So again, this sentence: the dog runs down the street. Run is an action. It is an action verb. It's what the dog is doing. The dog is running. We have other types of verbs: helping verbs, modal verbs, and many more types of verbs. For example, helping verbs. Okay? You can see it here. She is standing on the table. Here is our helping verb, right? We have two verbs here. Is a helping verb that is helping this verb standing, which is our main verb. So we can join more than one verb together like this. Okay? Modal verbs. Here we have modal verbs. These give information about possibility. He could fly in the morning. Okay, so here could is our modal verb, and fly is a main verb. It's an action verb. So again, we're joining two types of verbs together. He could fly in the morning. Okay, but again, the sentence, right? What we're focusing on is structure of sentence. He is our subject. Could fly is the beginning of our predicate. Okay, and this is our predicate here. And again, this is just a few of the forms verbs can take. Okay, if you aren't sure about verbs and the different types, I really hope that you also watch the grammar course and learn in depth about verbs. So let's look at some examples. Right, the cat licks his paws. Licks is the main verb. Right, here we go. The cat is licking his paws. Okay, so here what do you see? You see two verbs, is and licking, right? If you remember, is the helping verb, where licking will be the main verb. And when you're looking at these sentences, try to pick out information that we already learned about. For example, the subject, okay, or the object here. These are nouns, right? We learned about these. Okay, here we have the cat could lick his paws. And if you remember, could is one of those verbs we call the modal verb, and lick is our main verb. Here we have exercises, okay? These are for you to do first. So take what we learned in this lesson, read the sentence, and figure out if you see a verb, okay, if you can identify what type of verb it is, go ahead and pause the video. All right, so hopefully you got 8 is the main verb. Here we have the bear could be in the cave. So again, I want you to pause the video, try to figure out what is the verb in this sentence, or verbs if there's more than one. And here we have could be, where could is one of those modal verbs, and be is going to be our main verb. Here we have, she is dancing on the table. Okay, so this is for you to figure out, so go ahead and pause the video and see if you can figure out what the verb is. Okay, and we have is dancing. So is one of those helping verbs, while dancing is going to be our main verb. In this lesson, we'll take a look at linking and transitive verbs so that we can better understand the object of our sentence. So we learned, right, that an English sentence has a subject, a verb, and then an object. Now, I wish it was that easy, but it's not quite that simple, okay? In the beginning of this course, I told you subject, verb, object, just to introduce to you the main way that we form sentences. But when we get more advanced, really that object isn't always an object like we think it is. So there are sentences that can be made without an object, okay? Or there are sentences that have more than one object, or there are sentences where it looks like an object, but actually we don't consider it an object. So in this lesson, we're going to go over those different types. To understand this, we will focus mainly on 3 different types of sentences. And the sentence is different due to the way we use the verb. So these 3 types of verbs are transitive verb, okay? And transitive verb can be broken down into the monotransitive verb and ditransitive verb. We'll go look at intransitive verbs and finally linking verbs. So, transitive verbs. These are the sentences that we started talking about, okay? In the beginning, I said all sentences have a subject, verb, and object. Now, while that maybe wasn't 100% true, I said it because it's best to think in that way. So, when we think about a sentence that always has a subject, verb, and object, these are sentences that are using a verb in the transitive verb format, okay? And the transitive verbs can be broken into 2 categories. The monotransitive sentences, which are subject, verb, object, okay? And then the ditransitive sentences, which are subject, verb, indirect object, and then direct object. So here we actually have 2 objects. If we look at these in terms of real sentences, we can look at these following examples. So the monotransitive sentences, okay, these are very easy to understand. Jeff kicked the ball. Here, Jeff is our subject. The verb is kicked, and the object is ball. Okay? Here, we have a true object. Why? Because the action from the verb is being transferred from the subject to the object. So Jeff kicked the ball. Okay, so these are all related. There's a connection. The ditransitive sentences, okay, will have this subject, verb, indirect object, and finally, direct object. So you see here, Jeff gave Dan the cake. So here, we have Jeff is our subject. Our verb is gave, okay? The indirect object is Dan, and the direct object is the cake. So in this sentence, if we took out our indirect object, we would still have a monotransitive sentence, right? Jeff gave the cake. So that's how we know the cake is our direct object. The cake is receiving the action. And who is the action going to, right? Who did Jeff give the cake to? Well, he gave it to Dan. So that is our indirect object. So a little bit more on direct and indirect objects. But direct objects are just the nouns or pronouns that are receiving the action, okay? While the indirect objects are the nouns or pronouns affected by the action. So think of it this way. Indirect objects are the recipients of the direct object. And the indirect object is always going to answer that question, from whom, okay, or to whom, for whom, or for what. So again, now we can look at our examples. Jeff gave Dan the cake. So Jeff, our subject, the verb is gave, okay? The cake is receiving the action, gave, right? The cake is being given. Who is affected by this action though? Well, Dan is affected by it, right? Dan is getting this cake. So the indirect object, Dan, is the recipient of the direct object, the cake. Okay? We have another sentence here. Max pitched Alice the baseball. So again, Max, okay, subject. Pitched is our verb. What did Max pitch? Well, he pitched the baseball. So that is the thing that is receiving the action. But who was affected by this action? Well, Alice was affected. So Alice is our indirect object. So these are these ditransitive sentences. They have two objects actually. Okay, so now we're moving on to a different sentence type, and here we're going to start breaking the rule that we talked about at the beginning of the course. These are sentences that don't actually have a real object. Okay, now in the beginning of the course, I used some of these sentences and said they did have an object, but that was just to simplify the introduction of this course. Now we're going to actually look at what these sentences have and what they don't have. So these intransitive verbs have no real object. That means that their action is not transferred from a subject to an object. Okay? It's not transferred from a subject to an object. So these intransitive verbs will have this following structure. We'll have a subject plus a verb. Okay? Many times that's it, just the subject and verb. And that is fine. That can be considered a complete sentence. Sometimes though, you'll have these extra words, this prepositional phrase at the end. So if we look at these examples here, she cried, okay, that's an intransitive sentence. Even though it has no object, it's fine because the way we're using the verb, okay? Being used in an intransitive way. She cried. We can also add more information, and there's still not an object. She cried at home. Okay? At home is a prepositional phrase. It is not the object, actually, because the home is not receiving the crying, right? At home is just where she cried. So this isn't considered an object. And again, we can follow these intransitive verbs with other words, and they're not the object. They just tell us things like how, where, or when. Okay? But they're not really the object. So, he slept after dinner. We could end the sentence with just, he slept. And that would be an intransitive sentence. But after dinner is not our object, right? Dinner is not receiving the sleeping. After dinner is just telling us when. Okay, when did he sleep? He slept after dinner. Here, our car blew up down the street. Right? Our car is the subject. Blew up is the verb. Okay? But down the street is just a prepositional phrase, right? It is not an actual true object. And the last type of sentence we'll talk about, okay, is a linking verb sentence. And these sentences don't have an object. They have something different called a subject complement. So the linking verbs use a verb that link two parts of a sentence, and those two parts are the subject, okay, and the subject complement. And the subject complement would be a noun or some type of adjective. So here's the basic structure: subject, verb, subject complement. And here's our example sentence: Eric is a doctor, right? So here we're using a linking verb. There's no action. So we're not putting any action on this word here, a doctor, right? Eric is a doctor. This is a linking verb sentence. Okay, now in this lesson, we're going to cover a few types of words in the English sentence, mainly adjectives and adverbs, and then we'll go over a few other types that are equally as important. So, what are these other words? Okay, we went over the main ones. We went over nouns and verbs. Those are the most important parts of a sentence, right? You can make a sentence basically with just noun and a verb. Dog runs street, right? That's enough information. I can understand what they're talking about. Obviously, this isn't a full English sentence, but these nouns and the verb give me most of the information. But these other words are what really adds that extra touch, right? It's what fills the sentence out so we know exactly what is going on. So now that we have these other words added in, let's see. The big dog runs down the street quickly. Okay, so now I know the size of the dog, I know where it's running on the street, and I know how it's running. Okay, so these extra words are very important. And these extra words are things called adverbs, adjectives, determiners. Okay, they give more information. Let's go over these a little bit. The first ones I want to cover are adjectives and adverbs. Okay, these are going to add detail to nouns and verbs. The first one, adjectives, these add or describe a noun. Okay, they add detail to the noun. So let's look at here. We have this basic sentence: the dog runs down the street. Okay, that's fine. That's a good sentence. But I don't know what the dog looks like. I don't know anything about the dog. I don't know anything about the street. So we can add adjectives to describe these things. The brown dog runs down the old street, right? You see how this is a little better? Now I can picture it in my head. Oh, it's a brown dog. It's running down this old street. Okay, so this is how you become a better writer or even a better speaker. Okay? You can help paint pictures in the head of the person you're talking to. The other one was adverbs, and these describe a verb. Okay, so you have adjectives for nouns and adverbs for verbs. So we have our basic sentence: the dog runs down the street, and we change this by adding an adverb here: the dog runs quickly down the street. Now we have this adverb here, quickly, and it's telling us how the dog is running. Okay, so now I know the dog is running fast. And we can add even more detail with other types of words called determiners. And we have different types of determiners, but mainly they're going to tell us things like amount, so how many of them, okay, maybe the time or the location. So one of these is articles. Okay, articles in English, very important. If you want to sound like a native English speaker or someone who grew up speaking English, you need to make sure you are using articles. The number one sign that someone is not a native English speaker is they don't use articles when they speak. It's dead giveaway every time. Articles are always used. Okay, so articles show specificity. So they show that it's a specific thing. And the articles we have in English are a, an, and the. Okay? So we have the dog runs down the street, or a dog runs down a street. Maybe to someone who hasn't spoken English very long, this might be the same, but actually it's a little different. When I say the dog runs down the street, it's more specific, right? The dog. We're talking about a specific dog. The dog is running down the street. Okay? Specific. But if I say a dog runs down a street, to me, that sounds like just any dog is running down any street. Okay? Not specific. Other types of determiners are called demonstratives. Okay? Demonstratives. This tells us which objects are being talked about. So we have this, that, these, and those. So this ball is red. That ball is blue. Okay, so this and that are telling us which objects we're talking about. So imagine pointing. This ball is red, okay, close to me. Or that ball is blue, the one over there. We also have quantifiers. Quantifiers tell us how much or how many. So we have some, many, a lot of, few. Okay, these are all quantifiers. Many people eat meat, but some do not. Okay, so many and some, these are telling us how many, right? How many people? Many people. Okay? How many do not? Some do not. We have distributives. Okay, and these are used to talk about objects in a group. So every student will take the test. Now we're talking about all of the students. And each student will have different questions. So each student means this student, this student, this student, right? One by one by one by one. So let's go over some example sentences, see if we can point out some of these new parts of speech that we learned. So we have the blue sky had gray clouds. Okay, so we have blue and gray. These are going to be adjectives, right? Blue is an adjective describing sky, the blue sky. Gray is an adjective describing clouds. And the is an article for sky. The next sentence, the child slowly finished his homework. Here we have slowly, which is an adverb describing finished, and the, which is an article for child. An orange is a fruit. Here we have an and a, which are both articles. An for an orange. Okay, if the noun makes a vowel sound at the beginning, we use an. If not, we use a. The next sentence, this cat is mine, those cat are yours. Okay, here we're using demonstratives. We have this and those. Next we have many people will take the test, few will pass. Here we're using quantifiers, many and few. And last we have every animal is a living thing. Okay, so every is a distributive, while a or a is an article. Okay, so take some time, look over this, get familiar with where these new terms are in the sentences. Okay, where is the structure? How do we place these things in the sentence? Now we have some exercises. These are for you to do. So please pause the video, read the sentence, try to find some of those new words that we learned about in this lesson. Okay, go ahead and pause it now. All right, so hopefully that wasn't too difficult. Let's see what we have. Our sentence is, each day of the week brings a fun experience. In this sentence, you can find each, which is a distributive, the, which is an article, okay, the week, and fun, which is an adjective, right? It's a fun experience. Here we have another exercise. Go ahead and pause the video, and we will wait until you unpause to give the answer. and here we have this, which is a demonstrative for this bear. We have long for long legs, okay, describing legs, an adjective. And we have quickly, which is an adverb describing how they walk. Okay, they walk quickly. So another exercise for you. Please pause the video and try to solve it on your own. Welcome back. The answer is many, which is a quantifier, and every, which is a distributive. Okay, many people every year. All right, now in this lesson, we're going to talk about the part of speech called prepositions. So what are prepositions? Well, they are words that show the relationship between other words. So they give us information about the time or the location or the movement of these words. So let's look at our examples here. The first one reads, the dog runs down the street. Okay. The second one reads, the dog runs on the street. So here, down and on are what we call prepositions. Okay? They're giving us information about the relationship between the dog, okay, the dog running, and the street. So how is the dog running on the street? It's running down the street. Or how is the dog running with the street? It's running on the street. Okay? So this adds extra information about the relationship between our subject and our object. Now, a prepositional phrase is when we have the preposition and we include it with the object. Okay? So before we read, the dog runs down the street. Okay? If I asked you what is the prepositional phrase, you would tell me the preposition and the object. So it would be down the street. Whereas our other example, the dog runs on the street, if I asked for the prepositional phrase, it would be on the street. Okay, so the prepositional phrase is just the object plus the preposition. Now, what types of prepositions do we have? We have time prepositions. These tell us when something is happening, right? I start school in September. So school starts in September. It's when. We have place prepositions. These tell us where. She jumped on the table. Okay. Movement. Tell us how. He walks to work. Okay. So in, to, on, these are very common prepositions, okay? But there are many more. So to really understand prepositions, you have to study many more lessons about them. But again, this is just a parts of speech lesson to show you where in the sentence we use them. So here you can see some examples of other prepositions. So for time prepositions, we have on, from, during, by. For movement prepositions, into, toward, down, along. For location, we have above, over, under, between. So let's look at some examples together. The first one, I swim at night. So in this sentence, at is our preposition. Okay? It's a time preposition. So when do they swim? At night. The next sentence, put the shoes in the box. For here, we have in is our preposition. So where do they put the shoes? In the box. In the next sentence, lean the box towards the wall. Here, we have towards. So how do they lean the box? They lean it towards the wall. Now these are exercises. These are for you to do without me. So please pause the video, read the sentences, and figure out where are the prepositions, and if you can, think about what type of preposition do you think it is? Is it telling us how, where, when? So go ahead and pause the video. Okay, for the first one, we have on. So my birthday is on Friday. When is your birthday? It's on Friday. The next one, her house is on the first street. On is the preposition. It's a place preposition. So where is her house? It's on First Street. And then we have he is driving to the store. So how is he driving? To the store. Okay, so to is our movement preposition. All right, in this lesson, we'll talk about conjunctions. So what are conjunctions? A conjunction is just a word that we use to connect a clause, which is like a semi-sentence, part of a sentence, or to use to connect two sentences. So our example here, we have two sentences. I have a dog, I have a cat. Okay, it's fine. These are good sentences, but to be more advanced in English, we want to make this longer into one big sentence. So we use something called a conjunction. So and is a conjunction. It joins these two sentences. Now we have, I have a dog and a cat. So we are writing a better sentence, more complex, and we're taking out information that we don't need. Okay, so here we have I have. We just need it once. Now in English, there are three main types of conjunctions. We have coordinating conjunctions. Okay, these are conjunctions that join words and phrases that are similar. We have subordinating conjunctions. These ones will show a relationship between two situations. And then we have correlative conjunctions. And these are pairs of conjunctions that join words or phrases that are similar. So let's look at what these are exactly. All right, so here we have coordinating conjunctions. And remember, coordinating conjunctions, they join words and phrases that are similar. So here we have I like dogs, I like cats, right? We have I like, okay? So these sentences are similar, but we can use a coordinating conjunction to make it I like dogs and cats. And the conjunctions, we can easily remember what they are by this term here, fanboys, where each letter stands for one of the conjunctions. So F is for, A is for and, N is for nor, B is for but, O is for or, Y is for yet, and S is for so. Now, if these sentences were longer, then we would have to put a comma here before the coordinating conjunction. So when you're dealing with longer sentences, more full-size sentences, remember, you need a comma before any coordinating conjunction. Now here we have subordinating conjunctions. These conjunctions are used to show a relationship between two situations. So you'll see we have these two sentences here. It was hot outside. The ice cream melted. There is a relationship between these two sentences. So we can use a subordinating conjunction. And you'll see there's two ways to do it. The first way is the ice cream melted since it was hot outside. You'll see here we have no comma before the subordinating conjunction. So when the subordinating conjunction is in the middle of the sentence, we don't need a comma. However, if we take that subordinating conjunction and use it at the beginning of the sentence, then we do need a comma in the middle here when we add the second sentence. And below here, you can see there are quite a few subordinating conjunctions, and you'll get to learn them the more you use them. Next, we have our correlative conjunctions. Okay, Now, correlative conjunctions are actually a pair of conjunctions that we use to join words or phrases that are similar. So here we have the two sentences. I don't like pizza. I don't like pasta. Okay, so now we're talking about two separate things that they don't like. We can use a correlative conjunction. I like neither pizza nor pasta. Okay, so here is our correlative conjunction. And some common correlative conjunctions are either or, neither nor, not only, but also. Okay, so these have to be used in pairs, together. So here we have some examples. We'll do these together. Okay, we're going to use some of these conjunctions and join these sentences together. So our first one, I want chicken, I want fish. We're going to use either or. Okay, so to change this sentence, we write, I want either chicken or fish. So you can see we took out this extra I want, right, and put either here before chicken and or before fish. Next we have, I don't like blue, I like red. So for this sentence, we have, I don't like blue, comma, but I like red. And our last sentence, I ate carrots, I got sick. Okay. Here, we have I ate carrots, I got sick. Now, the one we have to use is because. If I just put because here, I ate carrots because I got sick, that has a different meaning and that doesn't make much sense. But if we put it this way, I got sick because I ate carrots, that makes a little bit more sense. So now we have some exercises for you to try by yourself. Go ahead and pause the video. Try to make the sentence on your own without any help. And then when you're ready, unpause the video and I will go over the answer. So the first one, we have not only but also. Our new sentence will be, they not only play soccer, but also play baseball. The next sentence, it rained today, I got wet. It rained today, so I got wet. And the last one, the dog jumps, the dog runs. We get, the dog jumps and runs. In this lesson, let's overview the English grammar section. What you will find in this section are all the different topics of English grammar. There are a lot of them. You can see here on the screen that we have all kinds of things to learn. Trust me, it is going to help you so much if you take the time to go through each one of these. It will make understanding English so much easier. There are even more that you'll find, okay? Don't be intimidated. Just every day or every other day, sit down and take some time to go over each topic. Eventually, you will make it through all of them, and you will be glad you did. Now, what is the lesson breakdown for this English grammar section? There are going to be 4 videos for each lesson. Okay, so you'll find 4 video lessons for each topic, I should say. Okay, so for simple present tense, there will be 4 videos. Okay, for descriptive adjectives, there will be 4 video lessons. Right? So the first video is always the Learn It video. Okay, so if you see Learn It, what you're going to be doing in that video is you're going to be learning everything about that specific topic. How to use it, okay, what are the rules, you'll learn the major exceptions, okay, things like that. Then in the second video, we're going to review all the things we just talked about. But I'm going to give you a chance to kind of solve the example problem, okay, or solve the example before we give the true answer. Okay, so you're going to kind of try to test to see if you understand what we talked about. In the third video, it will always be a short conversation. Okay, it's a real life English conversation that is going to focus on using the grammar topic that we are learning. And then finally, the fourth video, okay, this is all about the independent practice problems. So these are things that you will solve on your own, and then you're going to check the answers to see if you got them correct. If at any time you have problems with these or you don't understand something, please make sure you ask questions in the Q&A section so that I can help you. I will see you in the next lesson. In this section, we'll talk all about the different verb tenses. As you can see, there are quite a few different verb tenses and a couple other topics that are related. This is going to help your English a lot, so please do go through each one and take the time to learn correctly.
Now we use the present simple when we talk about things in general. Note that we use this tense to say that something happens all the time, happens repeatedly, and is true in general. Have a look at the example over here. Jane works as a barista. Her shift begins at 7 a.m. Now, in the first sentence, Jane works as a barista is the general truth. And in this sentence, her shift begins at 7 a.m. It shows that this is something that happens repeatedly, all the time. Now, when we use the first person, the verb does not change. But when we use the third person, he, she, or it, we add s to the verb. Have a look at the example below. I like apples, but my father likes grapes. Father is in the third person, so we add s to the verb like. And over here, I is in the first person, so we do not change the verb like. But when the verb ends in O, S, CH, SH, or X, we add ES to the verb. For example, in this sentence, we have, my sister watches TV in the evening, and my brother does his homework. Note that we added ES to the verb that ends in O and ES to the verb that ends in CH. Remember that such verbs as to be and to have are irregular. Have a look at the table below. I am, we are, you are, you are, he, she, it, is, they are. I have, we have, you have, you have. He, she, it has, they have. Note the difference between be and am. Have a look at the differences below. I have got a car. I have a car. Now let's have a look at the use of do not and does not plus verb. Have a look at the examples below. Let's start off with a positive sentence. He gets up at 6 o'clock every morning. the negative form of this sentence would be, he does not get up at 6 o'clock every morning. He gets up at 7. And the question form, does he get up at 6 o'clock every morning? Another question form, when does he get up? Now we can add time markers such as always, often, usually, sometimes, rarely, never, every day, etc. to the present simple tense. Let's have a look at the examples below. I usually cook at home, but my friends always eat at the local cafe. Kim is always late for classes. Note that we place these time markers right before the verb cook, usually cook, always eat, always late. Now let's review and practice a bit. Remember that in the present simple, we use the bare infinitive of the verb. And in the third person singular, we add s to the verb. Now read the following sentence and provide the appropriate form of the following verbs in the present simple. Agatha to hate when her little brothers to leave toys in the living room. Agatha hates when her little brothers leave toys in the living room. Also, remember that we add es in the third person singular if the verb ends in o, s, ch, sh, and x. Read the following sentence and provide the appropriate form of the following verbs in the present simple. Noah to wash the dishes and his wife to cook dinner. Noah washes the dishes and his wife cooks dinner. Note that such verbs as to be and to have are irregular. Have a look at the following sentence and again provide the appropriate form of the following verbs in the present simple. My mom's family to be quite big. She to have 4 brothers and 3 sisters. My mom's family is quite big. She has 4 brothers and 3 sisters. Also note that we form the negative forms of sentences by using do not or does not. Read the following sentence and use the contracted forms of the verbs. James not to like reading. I not to get how it is possible. James doesn't like reading. I don't get how it is possible. Now let's practice the use of time markers. Read the following sentences and put the time markers in their appropriate place. People in Britain drink tea every day. The sun rises in the east. Always. She is tired after work. Usually. People in Britain drink tea every day. The sun always rises in the east. She is usually tired after work. Here is a short story using the present simple tense. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Hello? What's your name? Oh, hi. My name's Sarah. And yours? I'm Alex. Nice to meet you, Sarah. Nice to meet you too. So, where do you come from? I come from Germany. And where are you from? I'm from the UK. Oh, I have a lot of friends from the UK. You probably have a great sense of humor. I'm not sure about that. I don't always get our jokes. You're an exception then. Take that as a compliment. Now, time for you to practice the use of the present simple tense on your own. Read the following sentences and underline the correct phrase. A. Excuse me, do you know or does you know the time? B. My sister always is or is always in a hurry. C. What time you go or do you go to bed on Fridays? Now read the following sentences and write the correct answer. A. Kelly to stay or often at home on Saturdays to work on her projects. B. Her brother not to use the internet, he to like everything the old-fashioned way. C. When you or to get home, we need to talk. D. You or to know, Lucy. She to be my friend from college. And now, answer the following questions. A. What do you do for a living? B. What are your hobbies? C. What does your typical Sunday look like? Now let's check your answers. Excuse me, do you know the time? My sister is always in a hurry. What time do you go to bed on Fridays? Kelly often stays at home on Saturdays to work on her projects. Her brother doesn't use the internet. He likes everything the old-fashioned way. When do you get home? We need to talk. Do you know Lucy? She is my friend from college. I work as a teacher. I teach second grade. I like painting and reading. I sometimes go hiking. I wake up really late, have a big breakfast, and watch TV all day. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Verb conjugation refers to how a verb changes to indicate a different person, number, tense, or mood. Let's have a look at the following example. I'm a student. Now, in this sentence, the subject is in the first person, it is singular, we are using the present simple, and an indicative mood. Remember, the verbs should be conjugated with regards to person. Depending on the subject, a verb can stand in the first, second, or third person. Now let's have a look at the table below. Now when the subject is in the first person and it's singular, we use I. Plural, we. When the subject is in the second person and it's singular, we use you. Plural, you. And when the subject is in the third person and it's singular, we use he, she, or it. Plural, they. Now, as you can see, the pronouns I, we refer to the first person, you to the second, he, she, it, and they to the third person. Have a look at the examples below. We work on Saturdays. We is in the first person. You need to take a break. You is in the second person. It is snowing outside. It, third person. Now, usually, we assume the person of the verb in the sentence automatically, as we almost always state a subject explicitly. Let's have a look at the example over here. Sarah has signed up for a yoga class. Now, Sarah can be substituted with the pronoun she, which is in the third person. Note that the verb to be is irregular and has 3 forms in present tenses and 2 forms in past tenses. Now, these forms depend on the person expressed by the subject. Have a look at the table below. When the subject is in the first person and we are using the present tense, we say I am or we are. In the second person, you are, you are. And the third person, he, she, it, is, or they are. And when we use the first person in the past tense, we say I was, we were. Second person, you were, you were. And in the third person, he, she, it was, they were. Now let's review and practice a bit. Have a look at the following sentences and substitute the subject with the correct pronoun. First sentence, Mrs. Claire is the friendliest person on earth. She is the friendliest person on earth. A bird is sitting on my windowsill. It is sitting on my windowsill. The Lakers are going to stay at our place for 3 days. They are going to stay at our place for 3 days. Now have a look at the following sentences and fill in the gaps using the correct form of the verb to be. My parents watching a movie. Steve playing outside. And I melting on the couch. My parents are watching a movie. Steve is playing outside and I am melting on the couch. Will you free tonight? I'd really appreciate if we could spend the evening together. Will you be free tonight? I'd really appreciate if we could spend the evening together. It's so cold yesterday. and as always, I had already put my winter clothes away in the closet. It was so cold yesterday, and as always, I had already put my winter clothes away into the closet. Here is a short story using verb conjugation. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. When I was your age, I wanted to become a nurse. I liked the idea of helping people when they need it the most. Why aren't you a nurse then, Grandma? Well, sweetie, we grow up, and sometimes our goals change. I'm a teacher now, and I have never regretted my choice. And you are helping people anyway. That's true. Now time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and decide whether the verb stands in the first, second, or third person. A. Why can't we find a common ground? B. You should be attentive to details. C. These jeans are too tight. D. I was too shy to say a word. E. The pots will be attending the ceremony as well. And now, read the following sentences and fill in the gaps with the correct form of the verb to be. A. You must. Kidding me. How this possible? B. If we invited, we need to think of a present. C. We have here for ages. We can't wait any longer. D. Someone called you when you running outside. E. I so frustrated. Why? It's so difficult to find a paid internship now. Now, let's check your answers. Why can't we find common ground? First person. You should be attentive to details. Second person. These jeans are too tight. Third person. I was too shy to say a word. First person. The pots will be attending the ceremony as well. Third person. You must be kidding me. How is this possible? If we are invited, we need to think of a present. We have been here for ages. We can't wait any longer. Someone called you when you were running outside. I am so frustrated. Why is it so difficult to find a paid internship now? Thank you for watching this tutorial. The subject-verb agreement is the correspondence of a verb with its subject in person, first, second, or third, and number, singular or plural. Have a look at the example over here. Liz is an accountant and she has a typical 8 to 5 job. Note that the verb is corresponds with the subject Liz, which is in the first person and singular. And the verb has corresponds with the pronoun she, which is in the third person and singular. Remember that subjects and verbs must agree with one another in person, first, second, or third. Have a look at the table below and note the subject-verb agreement rules of the verb to be in the present tense. In the first person singular, I am. Plural, we are. Second person singular, you are. Plural, you are. Third person singular, he, she, it is. Plural, they are. Have a look at the example over here. I am a student. First person. My brother is a pupil. Third person, brother. And you are a teacher. Second person, you are. Note that subjects and verbs must agree with one another in number, singular or plural. Thus, if a subject is singular, its verb must also be singular. And if a subject is plural, its verb must also be plural. Have a look at the example below. She cooks dinner and her brothers make breakfast. The verb make corresponds with the noun brothers, which is plural. And the verb cooks corresponds with she, which is singular. And when the subject of the sentence is composed of two or more nouns or pronouns connected by the conjunction and, make sure to use a plural verb. For example, brothers and sisters don't often get along. Brothers and sisters are connected by the conjunction and. And so we use the plural form of the verb do and get. Don't, get. Note that the words each one, either, neither, everyone, everybody, anyone, anybody, nobody, somebody, someone, and no one are singular. And so you must use a singular verb. Have a look at the following examples. Each of these suggestions is interesting. Someone was standing at the door. Also note that when two or more singular nouns or pronouns are connected by or nor, make sure to use a singular verb. Have a look at the example below. Either your mother or dad needs to contact me. Remember that when a compound subject contains both a singular and a plural noun or pronoun joined by or nor, the verb should agree with the part of the subject that is closer to the verb. And that is also called the rule of proximity. Have a look at the examples below. The teacher or the students write homework on the board. Note how the teacher is singular, but the students is plural. And so the verb write needs to be in its plural form. Second example, the students or the teacher writes homework on the board. Again, note how the teacher is in its singular form and students is in a plural form. The verb write is in its singular form because the subject that is closer to the verb is singular. Also remember that in sentences beginning with there is or there are, the subject follows the verb, and that is also called the inverted subject. As there is not the subject, the verb agrees with what follows. For instance, in this example, we have there is a book on the table. There is not the subject, book is. So the verb must agree with what is followed. Book. There are books on the table. Again, are agrees with the subject books, which is in its plural form. Also note that the subject-verb agreement with words that indicate portion. For example, a lot, a majority, some, all. Now, if the noun after of is singular, make sure to use a singular verb. And if it is plural, use a plural verb. Have a look at the following examples. There is a lot of fuss around his arrival. The verb is must agree with the subject fuss, which is in its singular form. And in this sentence, there are a lot of people in the room. The subject people is in its plural form, and so the verb needs to be in its plural form as well. Also note that we use a singular verb with distance, periods of time, sums of money, etc. when considered as a unit. Have a look at the following examples. $10 is a high price to pay for socks. Note that $10 in this sentence is considered as a unit. And in this sentence, $10, in other words, dollar bills were scattered on the floor. $10 is not considered as a unit. Also remember that collective nouns are words that imply more than one person but are considered singular and take a singular verb. For example, family, group, team, committee, class, etc. Have a look at the sentence over here. My family is very big. Note that the word family is a collective noun. It implies more than one person but is considered singular. Now let's review and practice a bit. Remember that we use a plural verb when the subject of the sentence is composed of two or more nouns or pronouns connected by and. Read the following sentence and fill in the blank using the appropriate form of the verb. John and Carol to work together at the coffee shop. John and Carol work together at the coffee shop. Also note that the words each one, either, neither, everyone, everybody, anyone, anybody, nobody, somebody, someone, and no one are singular and require a singular verb. Now have a look at the following sentence and fill in the blank using the appropriate form of the verb. No one to want to work 16 hours a day. No one wants to work 16 hours a day. Remember that when a compound subject contains both a singular and a plural noun or pronoun joined by or nor, the verb should agree with the part of the subject that is closer to the verb, which is also known as the rule of proximity. Now have a look at the following sentences and fill in the blanks using the appropriate form of the verbs. My sister or my parents to give me a ride home. My sister or my parents give me a ride home. My parents or my sister to give me a ride home. My parents or my sister gives me a ride home. Note the subject-verb agreement with words that indicate portions. For example, a lot, majority, some, all. If the noun after of is singular, use a singular verb. And if the noun after of is plural, make sure you use a plural verb. Now have a look at the following sentence and fill in the blank using the appropriate form of the verb. There to be a lot of people waiting in line. There are a lot of people waiting in line. Also note that collective nouns are words that imply more than one person but are considered singular and take a singular verb. For example, family, group, team, committee, class, etc. Have a look at the sentence below and fill in the blank using the appropriate form of the verb. The team to lose a lot of games this year. The team has lost a lot of games this year. Here is a short story using the correct subject-verb agreement. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. Now, after I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. There are a lot of people outside. Do you know what's going on? These people are protesting. Maybe you've heard the recent news that some company wants to build a huge factory right over there? And surely no one is happy about that. But I didn't see any media around. I'm sure that some reporters will come in a bit. It's not like there are a couple of people, so it's difficult to ignore this. Now time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and underline the correct word. A. The aim of the research was or were to find life of Mars. B. The group meet or meets every other week. C. My cousins and my brother don't or doesn't know how to cook. D. Nobody master or masters a language without making mistakes. E. Neither Sarah nor I am or are going to college this year. F. I, as well as my friends, am or are excited about the upcoming trip to Vegas. G. The jury has or have finally reached a decision. H. 10 kilometers is or are too far to walk. I. This or these jeans is or are too revealing. J. A car and a bike is or are my means of transportation. Now let's check your answers. The aim of the research was to find life of Mars. The group meets every other week. My cousins and my brother don't know how to cook. Nobody masters a language without making mistakes. Neither Sarah nor I am going to college this year. I, as well as my friends, am excited about the upcoming trip to Vegas. The jury has finally reached a decision. 10 kilometers is too far to walk. These jeans are too revealing. A car and a bike are my means of transportation. Thank you for watching this tutorial. We use the past simple when we talk about an action which happened at a definite time in the past. Now this tense emphasizes that the action is finished. Note that we can also use this tense to talk about how someone felt about something. Let's have a look at the dialogue over here. When was your wedding? It was 3 years ago. I was beyond happy to marry the love of my life. Now in this sentence, when was your wedding? The past simple is used to ask a question about a past event. And in this sentence, it was 3 years ago. It is used to describe exactly when this event took place. And in this sentence, I was beyond happy to marry the love of my life. The past simple is used to talk about how that person felt. And with infinitives, all we have to do is add ed to create the past simple tense. Have a look at the examples below. He worked part-time as a waiter. We liked our stay at the hotel. Note that all persons have the same form. Now when a word ends with a consonant plus y, we keep the consonant and turn the y into IED when we want to create the past simple. Have a look at the following words. Cry, cried. Try, tried. And when a word ends with a vowel and a consonant, we keep the vowel, double the consonant, and add ed, as in the example below. Stop, stopped. Regret, regretted. And make sure to use the past tense form of the irregular verbs to make sentences in the past simple. For example, be turns into was or were. Eat, ate. Drink, drank. Now the past tense form of the verb be depends on the person of the subject. Have a look at the tables below. I was, we were. You were, you were. He, she, or it was. They were. Now let's have a look at the use of did or did not plus verb. Now let's start off with a positive sentence. His sister lived in Sutton, London. The negative form of this sentence would be his sister did not live in Sutton, she lived in Harrow. the question form of the sentence would be, did his sister live in Sutton? Where did his sister live in London? Note that we can use yesterday, last night, not a long time ago, 2 years ago, etc. to create the past simple tense. Have a look at the examples below. Shakespeare died in 1616. Ryan did not go to work yesterday. He got sick. When did you move to Spain? I moved there not a long time ago. Note that we use did or did not with the verb to have. Have a look at the sentence below. I didn't have enough money to buy a new computer. Note how we used didn't with the verb have. But we do not use did with the verb to be, was, or were. Rather, we use it as follow. Why were you so angry? I wasn't angry. This was my usual self. Now let's review and practice a bit. Read the following sentence and add ed to the bare infinitive of the regular verb to make sentences in the past simple. Julie to pass her exam this March. Julie passed her exam this March. Remember that we use contracted forms to make negative sentences. I'll, am, etc. Julie not to pass her exam this March. Julie didn't pass her exam this March. Note that we use past tense form of the irregular verbs to make sentences in the past simple. Read the following sentence and change the irregular verb into the past simple. Jake to eat tons of fast food as a kid. Jake ate tons of fast food as a kid. Also, remember that we use contracted forms to make negative sentences. Read the following sentence and turn it into a negative sentence. Jake not to eat tons of fast food as a kid. Jake didn't eat tons of fast food as a kid. Now read the following sentences and make the correct form. Make sure to pay attention to spelling. I forgot when was the last time to cry. I forgot when was the last time I cried. Pete to stay at home last night. Pete stayed at home last night. My mom to drop her phone in the pool. My mom dropped her phone in the pool. Now read the following sentence and use the correct form of the verb to be in the past tense. I to be hungry and wanted to buy some Italian food, but my friends not to be eager to join me. I was hungry and wanted to buy some Italian food, but my friends were not eager to join me. Look at the sentence below and find the time markers. It felt like the party was just last night, but actually it was 3 weeks ago. Last night? 3 weeks ago. Here's a short story using the past simple tense. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Mom, do you have a minute? Sure, kid. What's up? When was the last time you went to a beauty salon? Well, I don't remember. Maybe it was a year ago. And when was the last time you had a night out with Dad? I'm not sure. It was definitely a long time ago. And what did you do last night? I stayed at home with your dad. We fell asleep watching some boring movie on TV. I bought 2 tickets to Costa Rica. You need a vacation, Mom. Now time for you to practice on your own. Write the correct form of the following sentences. A. Nick's mother not want to. A. Nick's mother not to want to stay at home the whole day, so she to sign up for Spanish classes. B. I to run every day when I to be a teen, but I don't know that anymore. C. Where you or to be last night. I to try calling you, but you not to pick up the phone. There are 2 mistakes in each sentences below. Find those mistakes and correct them. A. Kim goed on a date with David the last night, but didn't call him afterwards. B. How you did get this job? There were so many people ready to kill for it. C. We didn't invited Anne to the party. No one really likes her after she bad-mouthed Kristen. D. Yesterday, I driven to Houston to see Dan. We went to high school together. And now, answer the following questions. A. Where did you grow up? B. What did you do last night? C. When was the last time you went on a trip? Now, let's check your answers. Nick's mother didn't want to stay at home the whole day, so she signed up for Spanish classes. I ran every day when I was a teen, but I don't do that anymore. Where were you last night? I tried calling you, but you didn't pick up the phone. Kim went on a date with David last night, but didn't call him afterwards. How did you get this job? There were so many people ready to kill for it. We didn't invite Anne to the party. No one really likes her after she bad-mouthed Kristen. Yesterday, I drove to Houston to see Dan. We went to high school together. I grew up in Nashville, Tennessee. I went clubbing with my friends last night. I went on a trip to Germany last year. Thank you for watching this tutorial. We can refer to the future by using will, be going to, or by using present tenses. Note that we use will when we want to talk generally about future beliefs, opinions, hopes, and predictions. Have a look at the example over here. I promise myself that once I start college, I will do all my assignments on time. Note that will in this sentence is used to talk about future hopes. Now let's have a look at the use of will plus verb, the negative will not or won't plus verb. Let's start with the positive sentence. Sam will probably move to Canada next year. Future prediction. Negative sentence would be Sam won't move to Canada next year. He'll move to the US. In the question form, will Sam move to Canada next year? Another question, where will Sam move to? Let's have a look at time markers and probability markers. Time markers: tomorrow, next month, in a day, etc. Probability markers: perhaps, probably, definitely, etc. Have a look at the following examples. Perhaps it'll snow tomorrow. I'll definitely finish my essay next month. Now make sure you pay attention to the word order. Positive sentence: we'll probably do it tomorrow. Negative: we probably won't do it tomorrow. Note that some speakers use shall to refer to the future in formal situations with I and we. However, nowadays, shall is used for suggestions only. Have a look at the example over here. Shall I go or shall we leave together? In this sentence, shall is used for suggestion. Now let's review the future simple tense and practice a bit. Remember that we use will plus verb to make sentences in the future simple. Note that we form questions by inverting the subject and will, and the negative forms by using will not. Transform the following sentence into the future simple. They not to go to the bar tomorrow. They will not go to the bar tomorrow. What you to do next week? I don't know. I to meet up probably with some friends. What will you do next week? I don't know. I will probably meet up with some friends. Now try to practice using the contracted forms of will and will not, which is I'll and won't. Read the following sentence and practice. I to call you later, okay? I'll call you later, okay? I not to do anything without your advice. I won't do anything without your advice. Now read the following sentences and find the time or probability marker. He'll finish his book in a week or two. Week or two. You probably won't listen to me, but I'll try to explain it. Probably. Remember that nowadays we use shall for suggestions. Rewrite the following sentences using shall for suggestion. We to go. It's getting late. Shall we go? It's getting late. Here is a short story using the future simple tense. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Mike, what are your plans for tonight? I don't know really. I'll probably play some video games after work. And what will you do tomorrow? Well, I definitely won't go out with my friends tomorrow. And what will you do next week? I'll most certainly start learning another language. Mike, how do you have an answer for everything? It's quite simple. I don't plan anything. Things will happen on their own. Now it's time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and find time markers. A. Perhaps you'll make the right decision. Time will tell. B. Max will certainly come later tonight. C. Susan will try to go there next month, but it probably won't happen. Now read the following sentences and write the correct form. A. Why can't you come over? To let you sleep at my place. B. Not to do it unless you prove Jane wrong. C. We to try to make it work. We to let you know. D. We or to go to the restaurant tonight. To pay for the meal. And now, answer the following questions. A. What will you do tomorrow? B. Where will you stay during your summer vacation? C. Will robots take over the planet? Now let's check your answers. Perhaps you'll make the right decision. Time will tell. Max will certainly come later tonight. Susan will try to go there next month, but it probably won't happen. Why can't you come over? I'll let you sleep at my place. I won't do it unless you prove Jane wrong. We'll try to make it work. We'll let you know. Shall we go to the restaurant tonight? I'll pay for the meal. Sample answers. I'll probably stay at home and sleep the whole day. I'll stay at my friend's place. Robots won't take over the planet. I don't think that robots will take over the planet. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Now we use the present continuous when we talk about something happening at the time of speaking or actions happening around now, even though not at the moment of speaking. Note that this tense also has some future meaning. Have a look at the example over here. Hey, what are you doing? I'm working on my thesis. I am graduating this semester. Note that in this sentence, the present continuous tense is used to talk about something happening at the moment of speaking and the future. Now, to form the present continuous tense, we use to be plus verb ing. The negative, to be plus not plus verb ing. Have a look at the examples below. Positive sentence. He is sleeping on the couch in the living room. Negative form. He is not sleeping on the couch in the living room, or he isn't sleeping there. Question form. Where is he? Is he sleeping? Now, when verbs end in E to form the present continuous tense, we get rid of the E and add ing. For example, like, liking, write, writing. And when a verb ends in a vowel plus consonant, we double the consonant plus ing. For example, sit, sitting, swim, swimming. And when a verb ends in ie, we turn ie into y and then add ing, as in lie, lying, die, dying. We can also use the present continuous with phrases such as now, right now, at the moment, today, this week, etc. Have a look at the example over here. I'm quite busy this year as I'm trying to start my small business. Note that we use the present continuous to talk about changing situations. Have a look at the examples below. The population of the world increases very fast. Note that the increase of the population of the world is a changing situation, and so we must say the population of the world is increasing very fast. Now, let's review and practice a bit. Remember that when a verb ends with E, get rid of the E and then add ing to form the present continuous tense. And when a verb ends with a vowel plus a consonant, make sure to double the consonant and then add ing. And when a verb ends with ie, replace it with y and then add ing. Now provide the present continuous form of the words below. Shop, shopping, study, studying, stand, standing, stop, stopping, get, getting, lie, lying, fly, flying, drive, driving. Remember that we use the present form of to be and the ing form of the main verb to make sentences in the present continuous. Now read the following sentence and provide the present continuous form of the words in the bracket. I to fry potatoes, my mom to wash the dishes, and my brother to wait patiently for dinner to be ready. I am frying potatoes, my mom is washing the dishes, and my brothers are patiently waiting for dinner to be ready. Now make sure to form questions by inverting the subject and to be, and to form negatives with to be plus not. Use contracted forms. Now read the following sentence and provide the present continuous form of the words in the bracket. It to rain outside. No, it not to rain. It's a bit cloudy, but kids to play outside anyway. Is it raining outside? No, it isn't raining. It's a bit cloudy, but kids are playing outside anyway. Now, find time markers in the following sentence. Samantha is taking Chinese classes this year. She's studying a lot. This year. Also note that we use the present continuous to talk about changing situations. Now read the following sentence and provide the present continuous form of the word in the bracket. The economic situation is already bad, but it to get worse. The economic situation is already bad, but it's getting worse. Here's a short story using the present continuous tense. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Hello, Mike. How are you doing these days? Hi, Sam. I'm fine, thanks. I'm doing an internship at one publishing house. Oh, really? Are you enjoying it? Yeah, I'm learning a lot of small but crucial details. How about you? Well, I'm not working at the moment. I'm trying to find a job in my field. It's a difficult task. Yeah, I totally get you. Well, I have to go now. Good luck. Thanks. Good luck to you too. See you. Bye. Now it's time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and underline the correct phrase. A. Be quiet. I'm trying to concentrate. B. Sorry, I can't help you right now. I'm fixing my dad's computer. C. It's very warm today. Are you wearing a coat? And now, read the following sentences and complete them with a suitable phrase. Beginning, becoming, doing, or giving. A. Don't disturb Anne. She is her taxes. B. This is brilliant, isn't it? Their best performance. C. At first, I didn't like my job, but to enjoy it. D. Ocean pollution is a real problem. And now, provide answers for the following questions. A. What are you doing right now? B. Is there anything interesting happening in your country? C. Do you know what your family is doing now? And now, let's check your answers. Be quiet. I am trying to concentrate. Sorry, I can't help you right now. I am fixing my dad's computer. It's very warm today. Why are you wearing a coat? Don't disturb Anne. She is doing her taxes. This is brilliant, isn't it? They're giving their best performance. At first, I didn't like my job, but I'm beginning to enjoy it. Ocean pollution is becoming a real problem. Sample answers. I am doing my homework right now. There isn't anything interesting happening in my country now. My family is having a dinner party today. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Now we use the past continuous when we describe a situation or several situations in progress happening at the same time in the past. Now this is often contrasted with a sudden event in the past simple. Have a look at the example over here. I was working on my computer and my brother was reading a book when we heard a loud bang on the door. Now we use the past continuous tense in this sentence to describe the two things were happening at the same time when there was a loud bang on the door. I was working and my brother was reading a book. Now to form the past continuous tense, we use was or were plus verb ing. Wasn't, weren't plus verb ing. Have a look at the examples below. Positive sentence. Jim was playing video games all night. Negative form. Jim was not playing video games all night. He wasn't playing video games all night. Question form. Was Jim playing video games all night? Another question. Why was he playing video games all night? We can also use the past continuous tense with such phrases as at 7 o'clock, for 2 hours, in January, last week, all night, etc. Have a look at the example below. Kate was trying to find a nice apartment in her area for 5 months. Was trying for 5 months. We can also use the past continuous tense with when and while, meaning during that time. Have a look at the examples below. While they were waiting for the train, it started to rain. James broke his finger when he was playing basketball. Now, non-continuous verbs such as to love, hate, know, want, etc. are not used in any continuous tenses. Make sure to use the past simple instead. Have a look at the examples below. I was having fun at the party, but Kim was wanting to go home. Now this sentence would be incorrect because we cannot use want in a continuous tense. The correct form would be, I was having fun at the party, but Kim wanted to go home. Now, let's review and practice a bit. Remember that we use the past continuous when we describe a situation or several situations in progress happening at the same time in the past. Now, this is often contrasted with a sudden event in the past simple. Now read the following sentence and decide which sentence describes background situation and which sentence describes a sudden event. While Emily was cooking dinner, the phone rang. Background situation. Sudden event. The phone rang. Also remember that we use the past form of to be and the ing form of the main verb to make sentences in the past continuous. Now read the following sentence and provide the past continuous tense of the verbs in the bracket. Mike to paint the walls in the living room. Anne to play with her toys there. Helen to get ready for a date. And Nancy to take pictures of that busy evening. Mike was painting the walls in the living room. Anne was playing with her toys there. Helen was getting ready for a date, and Nancy was taking pictures of that busy evening. Remember that to form questions by inverting the subject and to be, and to form negatives with to be plus not. Use contracted forms. Now read the following sentences and provide the correct form of the past continuous tense of the words in the bracket. What you to do at 7 p.m. yesterday? I not to celebrate my friend's B-day like I wanted to. I to help my boss at work instead. What were you doing at 7 p.m. yesterday? I wasn't celebrating my friend's B-day like I wanted to. I was helping my boss at work instead. And now, find the time markers in the following sentences. It was snowing heavily yesterday. I was making snowmen with my kids the whole day. Yesterday. The whole day. And now, read the following sentence and fill in the blank with either when or while. Peter fell asleep. He was watching TV. Peter fell asleep when he was watching TV. Here is a short story using the past continuous tense. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Nate, where were you yesterday? I was trying to reach you the whole evening. Sorry, Sam. It was such a crazy day. Why so? Well, my college project was due, so I was running all over the city collecting information. I needed to write an article, so I was meeting up with people. I was even interviewing strangers in the streets. That sounds like a stressful day. You bet. While I was interviewing one old lady, a cop came up to me and wanted to see my ID. But that's okay. Did you finish your project at least? Thankfully, yes. I was working on it the whole day. And now, it's time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and underline the correct phrase. A. Last summer, I was swam in the river every day. B. While I was taking a shower, the phone ringed. C. Anne broke a cup when she was washing the dishes. And now, read the following sentences and complete them with a suitable time marker. At, while, when, or in. A. Sally was working on her thesis, 8 o'clock. B. Tom was sleeping peacefully in his bed. His mom took a picture of him. C. I was living in Italy 2009. D. A burglar broke into their house. They were watching TV. Now answer the following questions. A. What were you doing at 5 p.m. last night? B. What were you doing when you heard a phone call? C. What was your family doing when you went on a vacation together? Now, let's check your answers. Last summer, I was swimming in the river every day. While I was taking a shower, the phone rang. Anne broke a cup when she was washing the dishes. Sally was working on her thesis at 8 o'clock. Tom was sleeping peacefully in his bed when his mom took a picture of him. I was living in Italy in 2009. A burglar broke into their house while they were watching TV. Sample answers. I was watching a movie with my friends. I was having a bath when I heard a phone call. My family was spending time at the beach when we went on a vacation together. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Now we use the future continuous to say that we will be in the middle of doing something at a certain time in the future. Remember that we often use this tense when we compare what we are doing now with what we will be doing in the future. Have a look at the example over here. The movie starts at 8 and ends at 10. At 9, I will be watching the movie. Now, the future continuous tense is used in this sentence to talk about what I will be doing in the near future. To form the future continuous tense, use will plus be plus verb ing. The negative, won't, plus be plus verb ing. Have a look at the examples below. Positive sentence. Sarah will be flying home at 5 o'clock tomorrow. Negative sentence. Sarah will not be flying home at 5 o'clock tomorrow. Or, she won't be flying home at 5 o'clock tomorrow. Question form. Will Sarah be flying home at 5 o'clock tomorrow? Another question. Where will she be flying at 5 o'clock tomorrow? Now we can also use the future continuous tense with phrases such as at 5 o'clock, at that time tomorrow, this evening, in 5 years' time, etc. As in the example below. Where will you be living in 3 years' time? Future. Note that we also use the future continuous to say that something will definitely happen in the future. Have a look at the example below. I'll be going to the shop later. Can I get you anything? Note that the future continuous tense is used in the sentence because I will definitely go shopping later. Now let's compare will be doing with the other continuous forms. Jane has an ordinary 9-to-5 job. At 11 o'clock yesterday, she was working. This sentence is in the past continuous. At 11 o'clock today, she is working. present continuous. At 11 o'clock tomorrow, she will be working. Future continuous. Now let's review and practice a bit. Remember that we use will plus be plus the ing form of the verb to make sentences into the future continuous. Now read the following sentence and provide the future continuous form of the words in the bracket. It'll be a busy morning for me. I to cook, I to clean, I to wash the dishes, and I to get my siblings ready for school. It'll be a busy morning for me. I'll be cooking, I'll be cleaning, I'll be washing the dishes, and I'll be getting my siblings ready for school. Remember to form questions by inverting the subject and will, and to form negatives with will not or won't be plus the ing form of the verb. Use contracted forms. Now read the following sentences and provide the future continuous form of the words in the bracket. Why you to work on your project that late? Well, I not to work on it alone at least. Why won't you be working on your project that late? Well, I won't be working on it alone at least. Now read the following sentence and find time markers. In 1 year's time, I will be traveling across Europe. 1 year's time. Remember to use the future continuous to say that something will definitely happen in the future. Now read the following sentence and provide the future continuous form of the word in the bracket. You can't take my laptop. I to use it during my presentation today. You can't take my laptop. I will be using it during my presentation today. Note the difference between will be doing and the other continuous forms. Now read the following sentence and provide the appropriate continuous form of the words in the bracket. Yesterday, I to wait for my paycheck, and tomorrow, I to go on a cruise. Yesterday, I was waiting for my paycheck, and tomorrow, I will be going on a cruise. Here's a short story using the future continuous tense. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Dan, will you be using your bike this afternoon? Yes, you can take it. Will you be going outside then? Yes, I'll be going out with my friends tonight. Do you need something? Will you be passing the post office? Most probably. Can you get my package? Okay. I hope this package is not heavy. And now it's time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and underline the correct phrase. A. We won't be moving to our new apartment at this time on Thursday. B. This time next week, Susan will be playing football with her friends. C. Where will Sam will be working in 1 year's time. And now, read the following sentences and write the correct form. A. You'll recognize her. She to wear a red dress. B. Everyone to sleep at that hour. C. Fred to work as a lead developer in 4 years' time. D. At 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, I to take my son to daycare. And now, answer the following questions. A. What will you be doing at 7 p.m. tomorrow? B. What will you be doing in 5 years' time? C. What will people be celebrating on the 1st of January? Now let's check your answers. We won't be moving to our new apartment at this time on Thursday. This time next week, Susan will be playing football with her friends. Where will Sam be working in 1 year's time? You'll recognize her. She'll be wearing a red dress. Everyone will be sleeping at that hour. Fred will be working as a lead developer in 4 years' time. At 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, I will be taking my son to daycare. Sample answers. I'll be driving to Boston this time tomorrow. I'll be working at a tech company. People will be celebrating New Year on the 1st of January. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Now, most commonly, we use the present participle, ing, as an element in all continuous verb forms, the present continuous, the past continuous, etc. Now, the auxiliary verb indicates the tense, while the present participle remains unchanged. Have a look at the example over here. I was playing computer games all night. Now, this sentence is in the past continuous, was playing. Now, when a verb ends in E, we get rid of the E and simply add ing, as in like, liking, write, writing. And when a verb ends in a vowel plus consonant, we double the consonant and then add ing, as in sit, sitting, swim, swimming. And when a verb ends in ie, we change the ie into y and then add ing, as in lie, lying, die, dying. Now, the present participle is used not only to form verb tenses, it can also be used A, after verbs of movement and position. For example, she went shopping. After a verb of movement and position, went. They came running towards me. After a verb of movement and position, again, came. B. After verbs of perception in the pattern of verb plus object plus present participle to indicate the action being perceived, as in the examples below. We saw him mowing the lawn. Verb, saw. Object, him. Present participle, mowing. Liz heard someone singing. Verb, object, present participle. C. After verbs of movement, action, or position to indicate parallel activity. As in the examples below. He sat looking at the pedestrians, doing two things at once. July walks reading his newspaper. D. As an adjective. Have you heard of that amazing movie? Note that amazing in this sentence is used as an adjective, a word describing the noun movie. The family was trapped inside the burning barn. Again, as an adjective describing the noun barn. E. To explain the cause or reason. The present participle is used instead of a phrase starting with as, since, because. Have a look at the examples below. Feeling hungry, I made myself a sandwich. Meaning, I made myself a sandwich because I was hungry. Knowing that his roommate was coming, James cleaned the living room. Meaning that James cleaned the living room as he knew that his roommate was coming. Now let's review and practice a bit. Remember that when a verb ends in E, get rid of the E and then add ing. And when a verb ends with a vowel plus a consonant, double the consonant and then add ing. And when a verb ends with IE, change IE to Y and then add ing. Now provide the present participle form of the words below. Begin, beginning. Shop, shopping. Know, knowing. Run, running. Go, going. Feel, feeling. Come, coming. Sit, sitting. Remember that we use the present participle after verbs of perception to indicate the action being perceived. Now read the following sentence and provide the present participle form of the verb in the bracket. I watched her to paint the portrait of my mom. I watched her painting the portrait of my mom. Also remember that we use the present participle after verbs of movement, action, or position to indicate parallel activities. Now read the following sentence and provide the present participle form of the verb in the bracket. Bella works out to listen to music. Bella works out listening to music. Note that we also use the present participle as an adjective. Now read the following sentence and provide the present participle form of the verb in the bracket. Honestly, I think that these classes are super to be bored. Honestly, I think that these classes are super boring. We also use the present participle instead of a phrase starting with as, since, because to explain the cause or reason. Now read the following sentence and provide the present participle form of the verb in the bracket. Minnie ate a chocolate bar to think her mother was in another room. Minnie ate a chocolate bar thinking her mother was in another room. Here's a short story using the present participle. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. I can't believe this book can be so boring. I bought it thinking that it was a bestseller. What are you talking about? It's absolutely amazing. Well, believe it or not, but I fell asleep reading the first chapter. Knowing you, it's not a surprise. You told me that you read books right before going to bed. I'm just too busy during the day. Maybe I can listen to the audiobook? I can try it while walking to work. Yeah, that's a good idea. And now it's time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and fill in the gaps with shopping, thinking, watching, or crossing. A. I called the cops. The lady was mugged. B. Samuel likes to bake cooking shows. C. Lily needed to go with her friends. D. Amanda saw me the street. And now rewrite the following sentences using the phrases in the brackets. Note that the meaning should remain the same. A. Feeling. I went to bed early because I was sleepy. B. Knowing. I knew the importance of the project, so I was working the whole night. C. Thinking. I thought I could fix my phone, but I broke the screen instead. And now, provide answers for the following questions. A. Do you listen to music commuting to work? B. Have you ever watched someone painting a portrait in the streets? C. What is the most interesting thing about growing up? And now, let's check your answers. I called the cops thinking the lady was mugged. Samuel likes to bake watching cooking shows. Lily needed to go shopping with her friends. Amanda saw me crossing the street. Feeling sleepy, I went to bed early. Knowing the importance of the project, I was working the whole night. Thinking I could fix my phone, I broke the screen instead. Sample answers. Yes, I listen to music commuting to work. No, I have never watched someone painting a portrait in the streets. The most interesting thing about growing up is how your perception of the world changes. Thank you for watching this tutorial. The gerund looks exactly the same as the present participle, but the gerund always has the same function as a noun, although it looks like a verb. Note that the gerund is a noun made from a verb by adding ing. Have a look at the following example. Cooking at home can help you save a lot of money. Note that the word cooking has the same function as a noun, but it is made from the verb cook. Now, when a verb ends with E, we get rid of E and add ing to the verb when we want to create the gerund. Have a look at the example over here. Make turns into making. Write, writing. And when a verb ends with a vowel plus a consonant, we double the consonant and add ing. For example, knit, knitting, swim, swimming. And when a verb ends with IE, we turn it into Y, then add ing. As in the following example, lie, lying, die, dying. Remember that the gerund can be made negative by adding not. For example, in this sentence, we have the best thing for your health is not smoking. Note that the gerund can function as A, the subject of the sentence. For example, smoking causes lung cancer. The gerund smoking is the subject of the sentence. B, the complement of the verb to be. For example, the hardest thing about learning Russian is memorizing the verbs of movements. Note that the gerund memorizing is the complement of the verb to be is. Also note that the gerund can be used A, after prepositions, or as part of expressions, such as there's no point in spite of, etc. Have a look at the following examples. Can your brother count to 10 without looking at his finger? In this sentence, the gerund looking is used after the preposition without. And in this sentence, there's no point in going back to his place now. The gerund going is used after the expression there's no point in. B. The gerund can be used after phrasal verbs. They are composed of a verb plus preposition or adverb. For example, I ended up buying a new computer. Note that ended up is a phrasal verb, which is composed of a verb, ended, and up preposition. Have a look at the second example. Rachel gave up drinking sugar drinks. The gerund drinking comes after the phrasal verb gave up, which is composed of a verb gave and up preposition. Now let's review the gerund and practice a bit. Remember that when a verb ends with E, we get rid of the E and add ing. And when a verb ends with a vowel plus a consonant, we double the consonant and add ing. And when a verb ends with IE, we turn it into Y, then add ing. Now look at the words below and turn them into a gerund. Stop, stopping. Dive, diving. Fly, flying. Cook, cooking. Shop, shopping. Fish, fishing. Snorkel, snorkeling. Start, starting. And remember that we use the gerund as the subject of the sentence. Rewrite the following sentence using the gerund. To eat sweets before breakfast is a bad habit. Eating sweets before breakfast is a bad habit. Also note that we can use the gerund as a complement of the verb to be. Rewrite the following sentences using the gerund. the first thing you need to do to overcome loneliness to get a hobby. The first thing you need to do to overcome loneliness is getting a hobby. Also remember that the gerund can be used after prepositions or as part of certain expressions. Look at the following sentence and rewrite it using the gerund. She ruined the party by to get drunk. She ruined the party by getting drunk. Also note that we use the gerund after phrasal verbs. Have a look at the following sentence and rewrite it using the gerund. My sister always to put off go to the doctor. My sister always puts off going to the doctor. Here's a short story using the gerund. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Why don't we go to the beach this weekend? I don't know. I'm really afraid of swimming in the ocean. But you can still play volleyball with us. I'm not good at volleyball. I keep on dropping the ball. You'll be our cheerleader then. Cheerleading is not something I like doing. If you make up your mind, give me a call. Now time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and fill in the gaps using the correct word from the following list: volunteering, parking, cooking, making. A is a great way to make friends. B. James surprised Helen by her a romantic dinner. C is not easy for someone who has 5 hours of driving experience. D. I keep on the same mistakes all over again. And now correct the following sentences. A. He was sorry for to shout at his wife the day before. B. Are you interested in to go to concert with me? C. I am tired of to get your packages all the time. Now answer the following questions. A. Should people give up on their dreams? B. What are you good at? C. Is there anything that you can't live without? And now, let's check your answers. Volunteering is a great way to make friends. James surprised Helen by cooking her a romantic dinner. Parking is not easy for someone who has 5 hours of driving experience. I keep on making the same mistakes all over again. He was sorry for shouting at his wife the day before. Are you interested in going to concert with me? I am tired of getting your packages all the time. Sample answers. No, people shouldn't be giving up on their dreams. I am not good at making people laugh. I can't live without traveling. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Now, a past participle refers to the form of a verb which is used in forming perfect and passive tenses, and sometimes used as an adjective. Now, have a look at the sentence over here. Olivia has lived in Greece for 4 years. In this sentence, the past participle is used to form the perfect tense, has lived. Now, we usually add ed to the base form of the irregular verb to form the past participle. Have a look at the examples below. John has just painted this picture. Note that the past participle of the irregular verb painted in the sentence is used in the present perfect and in the active voice. And in this sentence, this picture was painted by John a month ago. Past participle is used in the past simple and in the passive voice. Now remember that there is no pattern as to forming the past participle of the irregular verbs. Now you should always consult a dictionary whenever you're in doubt. Remember that we can use the past participle a in the perfect tenses such as the present perfect, the past perfect, and the future perfect. Have a look at the examples below. I've eaten too much. I can't move. Note that the past participle in this sentence is used in the present perfect. And in this sentence, James had already left when Pam arrived. The past participle is used in the past perfect. And in this sentence, we will have landed by that hour. Future perfect. Be in the passive voice. For example, he was driven by genuine interest and curiosity. This dress was made by a famous Italian designer. See as an adjective. Now, in this case, place it before a noun. Have a look at the examples below. Mike has broken his arm. Now, in this sentence, the past participle is used in the present perfect. But in this sentence, he has a broken arm. In this sentence, past participle is used as an adjective to describe the noun arm. Another example, someone has stolen Anne's purse. Her purse was stolen. And now, let's review and practice a bit. Read the following sentences and decide whether the past participle indicates the perfect, passive voice, or adjective. The stolen phone was found near the train station. Adjective, passive voice. I'm sure that it'll have been sold by 10 a.m. Future perfect. It was clear that John has never heard of Vegemite. Present perfect. Now read the following sentences and fill in the gaps with the past participle. I don't think that Mrs. Taylor has ever to cry. She definitely has a strong character. Cried. Do you remember what was to write on the shopping list? I forgot it at home. Written. Don't worry that much. you'll probably find it in the to lose and to find. Lost and found. Here's a short story using the past participle. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. I might have spilled orange juice on your dress. What? What have you done? I am supposed to wear it tonight. I don't know how it happened, and you shouldn't have left it in the living room. You know that I'm messy. Stop with these excuses. Google how we can get rid of the stain. I don't have any other dress to wear. And now it's time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and fill in the gaps with the past participle. A. I wouldn't have to know that if she hadn't to tell me. B. Have you to brush your teeth, sweetie? C. The movie has already to begin. We need to hurry. D. I was to wake up by my noisy neighbor. E. Sadly, my family has never to be abroad. F. I suppose that I'll have to arrive by that time tomorrow. G. Emma's phone was to steal, and now she needs to buy a new one. H. I can't imagine what can happen if a person is to strike by lightning. I. The letter was to send. Check your inbox. J. Peter doesn't possess the to require skills to apply for this job. And now, let's check your answers. I wouldn't have known that if she hadn't told me. Have you brushed your teeth, sweetie? The movie has already begun. We need to hurry. I was woken up by my noisy neighbor. Sadly, my family has never been abroad. I suppose that they'll have arrived by that time tomorrow. Emma's phone was stolen, and now she needs to buy a new one. I can't imagine what can happen if a person is struck by lightning. The letter was sent. Check your inbox. Peter doesn't possess the required skills to apply for this job. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Now we use the present perfect to describe past events which are connected to the present. Although this tense can be used to describe different situations. Have a look at the example over here. Sam has lost his keys, meaning that he is looking for his keys and he still hasn't found them. We use have or hasn't plus verb ed or just a verb. And for the negative, we use haven't or hasn't plus verb ed or just a verb. Have a look at the examples below. Positive sentence. I have already seen that movie. I've already seen that movie. Negative. I have not seen that movie yet. I haven't seen it yet. Question form. Have I seen that movie? Now the present perfect is used to describe a experience in our life up to now. Have a look at the example over here. I've been to Spain and Portugal. I really want to go to the UK. I haven't been there yet. B. An event in the past that has a result in the present. For example, Lily has broken her foot. Her foot is still in a cast. Past event. Lily has broken her foot. Result in the present. Her foot is still in a cast. C. A situation that started in the past and continues until the present. For example, I've lived here for 20 years and I'm still living here now. Continues until the present. D. An event in the past that has a result in the present. For example, Peter has read 50 pages of this book so far. There are 150 pages left. Now make sure to pay attention to the time markers. Let's have a look at those time markers. A. We use ever and never to ask or talk about our experiences in life. For example, have you ever eaten Chinese food? I've never eaten it. B. We use already to describe an action which has happened before. And we use yet to describe an action which hasn't happened before. Have a look at the example over here. I haven't finished this book yet, and my sister has already begun reading another one. C. We use just when we describe a very recent event. Have a look at the example over here. My mom has just come home from work. D. Always, often, etc. can be used in the present perfect, as in the example over here. He has always loved Dan. E. We use for to describe the length of a time period, and we use since to describe the point when the time period started. Have a look at the example over here. Chris has worked here for 5 months. Length of a time period. He has worked here since May 5th. May 5th, the point when the time period started. Now, let's review and practice a bit. Remember that we use the auxiliary verb to have and the past participle to make sentences in the present perfect. Now read the following sentences and form questions by inverting the subject and have or has. Form negatives with not and use contracted forms. Anything to happen. Interesting since I left. Yeah, Ashley and Peter to decide to get married. Monica to get her driving license. But her aunt, Pauline, not to give up smoking yet. Has anything interesting happened since I left? Yeah. Ashley and Peter have decided to get married. Monica has got her driving license, but Aunt Pauline hasn't given up smoking yet. Note that the present perfect can be used to describe different situations. Now read the following sentences and provide the present perfect form of the words in the bracket. I to be to Poland and Czech Republic. I not to be to Hungary yet. I've been to Poland and Czech Republic. I haven't been to Hungary yet. Patrick to crush his car. He has to take a bus to work. Patrick has crushed his car. He has to take a bus to work. She to work for this company for 5 years. She deserves a pay raise. She's worked for this company for 5 years. She deserves a pay raise. I to write the introduction part so far. I not to do anything else. I've written the introduction part so far. I haven't done anything else. Now read the following sentences and fill in the blanks using the appropriate time markers. Never, for, yet, ever, since, already. Has your brother helped you with homework? He has done that actually. Has your brother ever helped you with homework? He has never done that actually. Have you made up your mind? Yes, I've decided what to do. I've just booked my flights. Have you made up your mind yet? Yes, I've already decided what to do. I've just booked my flights. Rob has played football. He was a kid. He has played football every day, 15 years. Rob has played football since he was a kid. He has played football every day for 15 years. Here's a short story using the present perfect tense. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Have you seen John anywhere? No, I haven't seen him anywhere. Have you tried calling him? Yes, I've just sent him a voice message. Has he listened to it? It's impossible. I've just sent it. Has anything happened? Not really. But I haven't seen him since the party and I'm a bit worried. He's never ignored my calls before. I'm sure he'll be fine. He's been busy probably. And now, time for you to practice on your own. Match the sentences below and the descriptions. 1. Cindy has graduated and is paying off her student loans now. 2. They've been best friends for nearly a decade. They always help each other. 3. Lily is on a diet. She's lost 5 kilos so far. 4. Nate has seen nearly all Marvel movies. A. Experiences in our life up to now. B. An event in the past that has a result in the present. C. A situation that started in the past and continues until the present. D. To describe how many things are completed so far. And now, read the following sentences and write the correct answer. A. I not to see him so angry before. B. Would you like something to eat? No, thanks. I to have just dinner. C. Shall I pay for our meal? I to do already it. D. And not to call me yet. And now provide answers for the following questions. A. Have you ever been to the UK? B. Have your friends thrown you a surprise B-Day party? C. What have you always dreamt of doing? And now, let's check your answers. Cindy has graduated and is paying off her student loans now. This is an event in the past that has a result in the present. They've been best friends for nearly a decade. They always help each other out. This is a situation that started in the past and continues until the present. Lily is on a diet. She's lost 5 kilos so far. This is to describe how many things are completed so far. Nate has seen nearly all Marvel movies. This is an experience in our life up to now. I've never seen him so angry before. Would you like something to eat? No thanks, I've just had dinner. Shall I pay for our meal? I've already done that. Anne hasn't called me yet. Sample answers. No, I've never been to the UK. Yes, my friends have thrown me a surprise B-Day party once. I've always dreamt of climbing Mount Everest. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Now we use the past perfect to show clearly that one past event happened before another past event. Note that we use the past perfect in the earlier event. Have a look at the example over here. When I arrived at the party, Tom wasn't there. He had gone home. Note that the sentence "he had gone home" is in the past perfect tense, and it's used to talk about what happened before I arrived at the party. Now, to form the past perfect, we use had plus verb ed, or just the verb. In the negative, hadn't plus verb ed, or just the verb. Have a look at the examples over here. Question form. Had Kate gone to bed when you arrived home? Positive sentence. Yes, she had. She had gone to bed when I arrived home. She'd gone to bed. Negative sentence. No, she hadn't. She hadn't gone to bed when I arrived home. Note that the past perfect "I had done" is the past of the present perfect "I have done." Have a look at the differences below. Present. I'm not hungry. I've just had breakfast. Your room is dirty. You haven't cleaned it for months. Past. I wasn't hungry. I just had breakfast. Your room was dirty. You hadn't cleaned it for months. Now we can use the past perfect with phrases such as to think, know, be sure, realize, remember, suspect, understand, etc. Have a look at the examples below. She was sure she hadn't locked the door. When I got home, I realized I'd left my computer at Starbucks. Now, many speakers use the past perfect in case of before or after to show a strong connection between the two events. Have a look at the following sentences. Pam left her house before her parents arrived. Now this sentence is in the past simple. And in this sentence, Pam had left her house before her parents arrived. Now this is the past simple plus past perfect. Now let's review and practice a bit. Remember that we use the auxiliary verb had and the past participle to make sentences in the past perfect. Now read the sentence below and provide the past perfect form of the words in the bracket. Frank spilled milk right after I to clean the kitchen. Frank spilled milk right after I had cleaned the kitchen. Remember the to form questions by inverting the subject and had, and to form negatives with not. Now read the following sentences and provide the past perfect form of the words in the bracket. Make sure to use contracted forms. Anything to happen before I came? Yes, Julie was here. She to leave you a note right before you came. Had anything happened before I came? Yes, Julie was here. She'd left you a note right before you came. Also remember that the past perfect I had done is the past of the present perfect I have done. Now read the sentence below and provide the present perfect form of the words in the bracket. Your car is a mess. You not to clean it for a month. Your car is a mess. You haven't cleaned it for a month. And now provide the past perfect of the words in the bracket. Your car was a mess. You not to clean it for a month. Your car was a mess. You hadn't cleaned it for a month. Also remember that the past perfect is often used with verbs of thinking, like to think, know, be sure, etc. Now read the sentence below and provide the past perfect form of the words in the bracket. And then I to understand that she to lose my trust completely. And then I understood that she'd lost my trust completely. Remember, the many speakers use the past perfect to show a strong connection between the two events. Now provide the past perfect form of the sentence below. They called the cops right after they saw the robbery. They called the cops right after they'd seen the robbery. Here's a short story using the past perfect tense. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Why didn't Anne take Spanish classes last semester? Because she'd taken them at the beginning of her studies. Had she completed the course successfully? Yes, she had. She'd passed it with a perfect score. She hadn't done a single mistake. Wait, I heard that she didn't pass the exam. I don't know what you're talking about. The teachers had never been so happy to have a student like her. Maybe that's not Anne I'm talking about. I've forgotten the name of the girl. And now, time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and fill in the blanks using before or after. A. It was 11 o'clock when Pete left for his night shift. You came home at midnight. Pete had gone, you came back. B. It was 8 a.m. when the lesson started. You came to school 20 minutes earlier. B. It was 8 a.m. when the lesson started. You came to school 20 minutes earlier. C. It was a busy afternoon for you, but in the evening you had a nice bath. You had a nice bath. You had a busy afternoon. And now, write the correct sentence. A. They didn't want to eat my cake. They just to finish their dinner. B. My mom wasn't at home when I came back from school. She just to go out. C. I was very happy to see Nate. I not to see him for 3 years. D. We arrived late. The movie already to begin. And now answer the following questions. A. What had you done right before college graduation? B. What had you done right after college graduation? C. Had you cleaned your apartment before you went on a summer vacation? And now let's check your answers. It was 11 o'clock when Pete left for his night shift. You came home at midnight. Pete had gone before you came back. It was 8 a.m. when the lesson started. You came to school 20 minutes earlier. After, it was a busy afternoon for you, but in the evening you had a nice bath. You had a nice bath after you had a busy afternoon. They didn't want to eat my cake. They just finished their dinner. My mom wasn't at home when I came back from school. She just went out. I was very happy to see Nate. I hadn't seen him for 3 years. We arrived late. The movie had already begun. Sample answers. I'd started studying for my exams right before college graduation. I'd had a huge party right after college graduation. Yes, I'd cleaned my apartment before I went on a summer vacation. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Now we use the future perfect to look back from one point in the future to an earlier event. Now the situation has not happened yet, but at a certain time in the future, it will happen. Have a look at the example over here. By next week, I'll have written 20 pages from my new book. Now this sentence is in the future perfect tense, and it's used to describe a situation that has not happened yet, but will happen in the future. Now to form the future perfect, we use will plus have plus verb ed, or just a verb, the past participle. Have a look at the examples below. Positive sentence. John will have arrived here by 5 p.m. tomorrow. Negative sentence. he won't have arrived here by 5 p.m. tomorrow. Question form: will he have arrived here by 5 p.m. tomorrow? Now we can also use the future perfect with by plus time expression. Have a look at the examples below. Won't they have invited us by Friday? James will have finished his thesis by this time next week. We can also use the future perfect with time expressions such as when, as soon as, before, by the time, etc. Have a look at the examples below. Will you have dressed up when I picked you up? By the time you read this, I will have left the city. Note, the future perfect is used only for actions that will be completed by a particular time in the future. Now, if the deadline is not mentioned, make sure to use the future simple instead. Have a look at the examples below. She will leave her hometown. Future simple. She will have left her hometown. No deadline mentioned. And so, this sentence would be incorrect. The correct form would be, she will have left her hometown by this time next year. Now, let's review and practice a bit. Remember that we use will plus have plus the past participle to make sentences in the future perfect tense. Now, read the sentence below and provide the future perfect form of the words in the bracket. And make sure to use contracted forms. By next Monday, to finish this project. By next Friday, I'll have finished this project. Also remember to form questions by inverting the subject and will, and form negatives with not. Now read the sentences below and provide the future perfect form of the words in the bracket, and make sure to use contracted forms. You to arrive at the hotel by 7 p.m. I not to arrive there by that time. I to arrive at the hotel by 10 p.m. Will you have arrived at the hotel by 7 p.m.? I won't have arrived there by that time. I'll have arrived at the hotel by 10 p.m. Note that we use by plus time expression to show that the situation has not happened yet, but at a certain time in the future, it will happen. Now read the sentence below and provide the future perfect form of the words in the bracket. They to invite us by Friday? Won't they have invited us by Friday? Also note that we use when, as soon as, before, or by the time to show the sequence of events. Now read the sentence below and provide the future perfect form of the words in the bracket. As soon as you finish cooking, to set the table. As soon as you finish cooking, I'll have set the table. Also remember that the future perfect is only used for actions that will be completed by a particular time in the future. Now, if the deadline is not mentioned, make sure to use the future simple instead. Now read the following sentence, which is in the future simple, and provide the future perfect form of the sentence. I won't do it. I won't have done it by tomorrow. Future perfect. Here is a short story using the future perfect tense. Now listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure to understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. What are your goals, Jenny? I'll have got a BA in history by next year. and I'll have completed my studies at a grad school by 2020. That sounds great. Do you have any plans for summer? Well, I'll have successfully passed TOEFL by June, and as soon as I do that, I'll have sent my application for one internship. Jenny, you're so hardworking. Best of luck to you. Thank you very much. And now, time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and underline the correct phrase. A. We'll move to our new apartment by Tuesday. B. Don't forget to call me when you land. You'll have landed. C. Wait for me. I'll have been ready in that moment. D. By this time tomorrow, Sarah will meet her friends from college. And now, put the verbs into the future simple, I will do, or the future perfect, I will have done form. A. Jimmy to spend all his savings before the end of the trip. B. Call me after 8 p.m. I to finish dinner by then. C. You to see Angela tomorrow? If yes, can you give this book back to her? And now, answer the following questions. A. Will you have moved to a new place by October? B. Will you have finished your English homework by 8 p.m. tomorrow? C. Where will you spend your summer vacation? And now, let's check your answers. We'll have moved to our new apartment by Tuesday. Don't forget to call me when you land. Wait for me. I'll be ready in a moment. By this time tomorrow, Sarah will have met her friends from college. Jimmy will have spent all his savings before the end of the trip. Call me after 8 p.m. I'll have finished dinner by then. Will you see Angela tomorrow? If yes, can you give this book back to her? Sample answers. No, I won't have moved to a new place by October. Yes, I'll have finished by 8 p.m. tomorrow. I will be at my grandparents' in the countryside. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Now we use the present perfect continuous when we talk about an action, quite a long one, which began in the past and has recently or just stopped. Now this tense usually emphasizes 1. On the duration of the action, 2. That the action is temporary, and 3. That the action is repeated. Now have a look at the example over here. Is it snowing now? No, it isn't, but there is 5 centimeters of snow outside. It has been snowing all night. Note that the sentence, it has been snowing all night, is in the present perfect continuous form, and it's used to talk about an action that has just stopped and also to emphasize on how long it had been snowing. Now, to form the present perfect continuous, we use have or has plus been plus verb ing. Have a look at the examples over here. Positive sentence, Anne has been waiting for Sam for over an hour. Negative sentence, Anne hasn't been waiting for Sam for over an hour. She has been waiting for only 10 minutes. Question form, has Anne been waiting for Sam for over an hour? Another question, how long has Anne been waiting for Sam? Now we can use phrases such as all day, all morning, for days, for ages, lately, recently, since, for, etc. with the present perfect continuous tense. Have a look at the examples over here. My brother has been playing tennis since he was 7. I haven't been feeling well recently. How long have you been learning English? I've been learning it for 5 years. Non-continuous verbs. For example, to love, hate, know, want, etc. are not used in any continuous tenses. Make sure to use the present perfect instead. Have a look at the examples over here. I've been wanting to visit Paris for years. Note that this sentence would be incorrect because the verb want cannot be used in any continuous tense. The correct form would be, I've wanted to visit Paris for years. Now let's review and practice a bit. Remember that we use has or have plus been plus verb ing to make sentences in the present perfect continuous. Now read the sentence below and provide the present perfect continuous form of the words in the bracket. I to work here since 2005. I have been working here since 2005. Now use contracted forms. For example, I'll, etc. I have been working here since 2005. I've been working here since 2005. Remember that we form questions by inverting the subject and has or have. Now read the following question and provide the present perfect continuous form of the words in the bracket. What you to do lately? What have you been doing lately? And make sure to form negatives by using not. Use contracted forms in the following sentence. I not to do much. I've been feeling quite lazy. I haven't been doing much. I've been feeling quite lazy. And now, read the sentences below and find time markers. It's been raining all day. All day. Peter has been staying in a hotel for the past week, but he is going back home in 2 days. The past week, 2 days. I've been trying to call her for days, but she never picks up the phone. For days? Never. Here's a short story using the present perfect continuous tense. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Hey Pam, long time no see. Oh, hi Steve. Yeah, that's true. What have you been doing lately? Well, I've been trying to find a job in Germany for the past 6 months, but it's really difficult to find something with my level of German. How long have you been learning it? I've been learning it on my own for a year. Come to think of it, I've heard some really good comments about our local speaking club. I haven't heard of it. I'll check it out. Maybe we could grab a cup of coffee next week. Yeah, sure. I'll give you a call. Bye. Sounds great. Bye. And now, time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and provide the correct form. A. Lily to watch movies all night. B. His grandpa not to feel well for the past week. C. How long you to smoke. And now, match the sentences below. 1. Where is Tom? 2. You're out of breath. 3. There are puddles everywhere. 4. Why are your clothes so dirty? A. Have you been running? B. Has it been raining today? C. We've been here for ages. D. What have you been doing? And now, provide answers for the following questions. A. How long have you been learning English? B. What have you been doing this month? C. Have you been exercising lately? And now, let's check your answers. Lily has been watching movies all night. His grandpa hasn't been feeling well for the past week. How long have you been smoking? Where is Tom? We've been here for ages. You're out of breath. Have you been running? There are puddles everywhere. Has it been raining today? Why are your clothes so dirty? What have you been doing? Sample answers. I've been learning English for 8 years. I've been trying to improve my cooking skills. Sadly, I haven't been exercising lately. I've been feeling lazy for the past month. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Now we use the past perfect continuous when we talk about an action, quite a long one, which began in the past and continued up until another time in the past. Have a look at the example over here. Sammy had been playing with his food when his mom walked into the kitchen. Note that this sentence is in the past perfect continuous tense, and it's used to talk about an action that began in the past and continued up until another time in the past. Now, to form the past perfect continuous tense, we use had plus been plus verb ing. Let's have a look at the examples below. Positive sentence. Tom was very tired when he got home. He had been working all day, or he'd been working all day. Negative sentence. Tom wasn't very tired when he got home. He hadn't been working all day. Question form. Why was Tom tired when he got home? Had he been working all day? Let's have a look at the difference between I have been working versus I had been working. Present form. I hope the bus comes soon. We've been waiting for 30 minutes. Past. At last, the bus came. We'd been waiting for 30 minutes. Present. Lily is out of breath. She has been running. Past form. Lily was out of breath. She had been running. Now we can use the past perfect continuous tense with phrases such as all day, all morning, for days, for ages, when, etc. Have a look at the examples below. Samantha went to the doctor last Monday. She hadn't been feeling well for some time. My sister had been playing with her friends outside for an hour when it started to rain heavily. Remember, the non-continuous verbs such as to love, hate, know, want, etc. are not used in any continuous tenses. Make sure to use the past perfect instead. Have a look at the examples over here. We were good friends. We had been knowing each other for years. Now this sentence would be incorrect because the verb know cannot be used in any continuous tenses. The correct form would be we were good friends. We had known each other for years. Now let's review and practice a bit. Remember that we used had plus been plus verb ing to make sentences in the past perfect continuous. Now read the following sentence and provide the past perfect continuous form of the verb in the bracket, and make sure to use contracted forms. When the boys entered the room, it was clear that they to fight. When the boys entered the room, it was clear that they'd been fighting. Also remember to form questions by inverting the subject and had, and form negatives by using not. Now read the following sentence and provide the past perfect continuous form of the verbs in the bracket. And again, make sure to use contracted forms. Fred looked tired. He to work on his project the whole night. He not to work on it the whole night. He to party instead. Fred looked tired. Had he been working on his project the whole night? He hadn't been working on it the whole night. He'd been partying instead. Note the difference between the present perfect continuous and the past perfect continuous. Now this sentence is in the present perfect continuous. Nancy is exhausted. She has been running errands. Now provide the past perfect continuous of the sentence. Nancy was exhausted. She had been running errands. Also remember that we use time markers to emphasize the duration of the action. Now read the sentence below and provide the past perfect continuous form of the words in the bracket. I stayed at my friend's place in Paris. He not to live there very long, but he knew the city very well. I stayed at my friend's place in Paris. He hadn't been living there very long, but he knew the city very well. Also note that non-continuous verbs are not used in continuous tenses. Now provide the correct form of the following sentence. Their issues weren't resolved. They had been hating each other since they were kids. They had hated each other since they were kids. Here is a short story using the past perfect continuous tense. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. It seemed to me that your brother was depressed a year ago. Yeah, he'd been feeling down since he lost his job. Could you just imagine that? He got a perfect job at one startup company, the launch was going smoothly, and then 7 months later, they lost the funding. So, at the time the company lost the funding, your brother had been working there for 7 months? Correct. We know that it seemed like such a short period of time for some people, but my brother had been dreaming about this amazing job opportunity for years. Yeah, I understand that. Now it's time for you to practice on your own. Make sentences using the words in brackets. A. I had to cancel my trip due to to plan this trip for months. B. Mike didn't hear Lucy when she asked for help in the kitchen. He to listen to music in his room. C. I was extremely tired when I got home. I to work hard all day. D. When I entered the room, Kate turned off the TV. She to watch a soap opera. And now put the verbs into the past perfect I had done or the past perfect continuous I had been doing form. A. We were good friends. We to know each other for nearly a decade. B. I was annoyed because my friends were late and I to wait for an hour. C. Pupils were sitting on the ground. They were out of breath. They to run. And now read the situations and complete the sentences. A. We played beach volleyball yesterday. Half an hour after we began playing, it started to rain. We for half an hour when it started to rain. B. My aunt got a job at the supermarket. 2 years later, it closed down. At the time the supermarket closed down, my aunt there for 2 years. C. The band started playing and after about 15 minutes, the singer showed up. At the time the singer showed up, the band for about 15 minutes. And now, let's check your answers. I had to cancel my trip due to work. I'd been planning this trip for months. Mike didn't hear Lucy when she asked for help in the kitchen. He'd been listening to music in his room. I was extremely tired when I got home. I'd been working all day. When I entered the room, Kate turned off the TV. She'd been watching a soap opera. We were good friends. We hadn't known each other for nearly a decade. I was annoyed because my friends were late and I'd been waiting for an hour. Pupils were sitting on the ground. They were out of breath. They'd been running. We had been playing for half an hour when it started to rain. At the time the supermarket closed down, my aunt had been working there for 2 years. At the time the singer showed up, the band had been playing for about 15 minutes. Thank you for watching this tutorial.